I think we back. I think we back, y'all. I think we back. My bad for the mess up earlier, but let's see.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Cuban, what up?
With the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around
Yanni,
the
what
world.
up?
Pull up the seat and pull out your shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass. Coalition of bitches, they talk trash.
Right.
On the mission to fit in your soft ass.
Shout out DQ for this thing.
Club in this golf class. Loaded Lust couldn't say they lost ass. The conscious community streets is all sad. Niggas be thinking they heat, they all last.
All
Be
last.
conscious of all the sand in the hourglass. Be humble and be prepared when the power pass. Old and young niggas, we all class. Ideology different, we move the ball fast. Yeah, these chickens is out of season, we haul ass. There's a reason we undefeated, it's all
My
fast.
people's up in here. What's going on, y'all? We gonna do this early today, you feel me?
Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass. Pull up the seat and pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out
on they fraud ass. Boom, and just like that, man, we back at them. Where everybody at, man? Tap in, even if you can't respond or comment in the chat or come on the panel because you're working. I know I'm early in the morning. I know a lot of us, have jobs. So if you can't really participate in the chat, you can at least hit the like button. You dig? But just stay here. Let's see if we can have a decent conversation. Those who could join the panel, I would appreciate that if y'all join the panel when we put the link up. But good morning. And this is the Carnivorous Podcast, right? I have two new shows in the work that I'm working on, but this will be the anchor channel. Right? This will be the anchor channel. The other two channels will be very, very niche channels, right? One is going to be a boxing channel because I'm definitely into boxing. That's one of me and my father things is boxing. You dig? So in honor of my pops, I'm going to do a boxing channel. So that's going to be very niche. And then I'll do a barbershop talk conversation, right? I'm building my studio out now where I previously used to shoot the show from. And I'm doing two different sets in there. I'm going to do the regular carnivorous set, right? And I'm going to have the boxing channel, the barbershop thing also a different set in there. I purchased a laptop, so I'm also going to be able to shoot live content and videos from the barbershop when I'm in there cutting, right? So sometimes I'm going to hit the button while I'm live cutting hair and have these conversations with y'all that, if a conversation sparks up in the barbershop that I feel like should be on the internet that we could vibe to, that's going to be a part of our barbershop talk series, right? I'm still trying to figure out the name of that show, but we're going to be going live right from the barbershop, right from inside my suite. If good topics come up between me and my clients, we're definitely going to shoot those live, right? And have a live panel where people can actually come in and join in. So I think that's going to be dope also. So yeah, we moving. We got some stuff in the works. All right? Got some stuff in the works. Man, listen, I'm going to just throw it out there. So I know DQ is so talented and he watches everything. That dude will put a theme song together. Appreciate you, Corey. That's my, partner in crime right there. You know what I mean? Concrete Corey, y'all see him in the building. See, look, the DQ be in the background. Yo, DQ be in the background. Look, man, listen, I never ask for donations, right? Or anything, but if anybody sent out, any cash apps or anything to me, they going straight to DQ because he does this work because he's an artist, man. He loves doing it, right? It's a part of his, you know what I mean? If y'all send any cash apps or anything, man, we sending that straight to DQ, our resident artist. What's up, Logic? So let's put that in there. I never asked for cash. It was Corey joint. Yeah, hey, James, we definitely need to keep Logic off the mic. Logic is bona fide lunatic. He is a bona fide lunatic, man. That's my cash app. Yeah, but I love having logic on deck. You dig? He give me something to zap out on. I zapped out on Logic yesterday on the in our Discord, right? In our Discord, Logic had me. Hey, I think he do this shit on purpose, and he never changes his tone, right? This motherfucker is a maniac. He never changes his tone. So even when he getting at you, he's just even killed. Motherfucker a maniac. You feel me? Psycho, what up? What up? Listen, but y'all, this is the beauty of it, right? We all play our role, man. Listen, we're presenting personality to people, right? There are going to be people that rock, right, with your personality. And there's going to be people who don't rock with your personality. And they're going to show up to show their displeasure for you and your personality and your content. Or they'll show up to show love for your personality and content. Either way, it's entertainment to them. You dig? People can be entertained by things that they're drawn to, right? And things that repulse them, right? Both those things are used as entertainment nowadays. So listen, Logic, and I know you be getting heated, but don't take the displeasure or the disdain that people have for you as a negative. They're tuning in to see you. Most people, they said 40% of the people that watched Mayweather in his prime watched him to see if he would get his ass beat. They were entertained, right, by coming to see or purchasing to see whether he got his ass whipped. That's 40% of the people. Muhammad Ali in the early 60s, mid-60s, was hated. Then after the draft dodging accusations, he was even more hated by America. But he was the highest viewed boxer. He was the highest viewed boxer of his era. Off of the disdain. In entertainment, disdain is not the worst thing. I'm going to tell you the worst thing that can happen to you. 100% acceptance. All love. Listen, if people come out and give you 100% acceptance and all love, you're not getting a realistic balance of reality. You feel me? That's not a realistic outlook on the world. If you walk in a room, right, and there's 12 people in that room, right, and you could have the best personality ever, at least 3 of those people is going to have an issue with you. They're going to be kind of standoffish, looking for a reason not to fuck with you. That's just how the world works. That's just how the world works. Right? So having 100% acceptance is not reality. You're setting yourself up for a major fall, right? I think having detractors in this thing keeps us balanced, and it also keeps us honest, right? It keeps us honest. Because what does they say? Absolute power corrupts. So absolute acceptance corrupts the mind also, in my opinion. You dig what I'm saying? You start to think that you can't do no wrong. You dig? So I like to have a healthy balance, right? I like to have a healthy balance. I like that I like that that we created a platform where we are challenged, right? Where the hosts and the presenters of these topics is not looked at as being infallible, right? I like that everybody who comes on this platform, don't agree with me 100%. And I look at all of the comments. Motherfuckers be like, yeah, Chef, you got a point there, but I disagree here. I love that shit. I love it. Because remember, look, this is my barbershop shirt, the hairport, right? I am just a barber. I keep telling y'all that, reiterating this shit over and over, right? I am just like y'all. I have no advanced degrees in any of the topics that I talk about, right? I'm coming at this thing with information, right? I have information, and I feel as though I have a good social analysis in how to synthesize the information with my social analysis, right? I think as a 45-year-old black man in America, you dig what I'm saying? I have a unique social analysis, and I filter all information that we go through my social analysis, my social experience, right? This is how I sift through this information. So it's up for debate. I know I put my spin on shit. I know I put my spin on the information. Right? I am not a person who just read information as is, right? With no feedback, no pushback, no synthesization, no analyzing through my social lens. And I use all of that to present what I present. So everything that I present is up for debate and challenge, right? And y'all can help me refine my way of thinking. And y'all do that on an everyday basis for me. Y'all actually help refine, you dig what I'm saying? My standpoints. So, Logic say you are a barber in the daytime. At night, you are a defender of blackness. That's right. I'm like Batman. You feel me? I defend blackness at all costs, right? Against people like you, Logic. Against people like you, Logic. Shout out to Brass in the building. Man, we got to set up something with Kyle, man. Man, he got some good work going over there, man. I threw him the TMI, Tri-Media, you know what I mean, DQ, you know what I mean, and Brass and Hits, you know what I mean. I know y'all can do something with that brother. That's right, Astro 87. I got social skills. Y'all see how I move around in this month? Y'all see how I move around in this month, huh? All right, so let's get into this, man. I hope everybody having a good morning. Maybe I can help y'all get through y'all morning. All right. So I don't even remember the title. Let's see. Boom. What is the title of this show? That's right. I'm a defender, you dig, of blackness. All right. Title of this show is FBA, Race and Ethnicity. The last show we did before Reggie ruined it, right? Reggie ruined our show. Him and Fetty decided to argue over Black Egypt. I mean, that Black Egypt conversation can jump out of anywhere. You dig what I'm saying? Like, always be on the lookout. These fools will hit you with a goddamn sucker punch from nowhere. A Black Egypt sucker punch out of nowhere is always in the background. I'm noticing, right? I'm noticing that me, since I started my channel, right? Since me and Corey started this channel, we started this channel in the midst of a Black Egypt upheaval, right? That was our claim to fame. You know, we was the detractors of the Black Egypt upheaval, right? So any conversation that we have on this channel is subject to be ran off course with the Black Egypt conversation. You dig? They'll find a way to have that Black Egypt conversation if they join these panels, one way or the other. And I don't mind it to a certain degree. It could linger, right? Black Egypt can linger around. You know, Black Egypt can linger around. Yeah, Black Egypt can linger around, y'all. Hey, Brass, we had a dope conversation last night and yesterday, man. In that Discord, man, sometimes when y'all don't see us do shows, right? We be having live conversations in Discord for 4 or 5 hours while we're working, right? While we're working, moving about, handling business, we in the Discord chat, right? Having live conversations, you know what I mean, for hours. And they be some of the dopest conversations. And I hate that those conversations are not recorded for everybody else, man, because sometimes we be exhausted and we give so much context and information, right? In those Discord joints that, you know, and Logic said last night, Brad said last night, y'all are wasting content. This will be a great fucking show. And we done shot all our bullets in the goddamn, you dig? But anywho, all right, FBA, Race and Ethnicity. Hold on, let me take a drink. And I'm about to start a link up anyway. For anybody who can join the situation, right? Anywho, where I'm at. Jason Brown. Fuck out of here, bro. I'm sorry. All right, so let's do this. The last show was about race. Since then, I have become a defender for the FBA. Now, I'll say this. I don't agree with everything the FBA says. No, I don't. No, I don't agree with the FBA on a few things. Right? I don't agree with FBA on a few things. But what's crazy is in my travels yesterday, I don't know where I want to go with this first, right? Because I don't want to miss nothing. So let me just get it all out. All right. What do I want to start with first? All right. We had things like people saying that we don't use race no more. And race is not used in official documents and things like that. So remember, I'm just a barber, right? I don't do too many clerical things where I have to state my race or anything else like that. Other than going to get a driver's license. And here in Maryland, when you're reapplying for your driver's license, the race button definitely come up. You can choose not to answer it, but they have the categories of race on there, right? And they also have a button that you can decline to answer, right? But for the most part, people, check what they are, right? And the classifications is Black or African American. You dig what I'm saying? Native American or Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, Asian, white, European. They got all of the category and it's under race, right? But that's just with the state. So you say when you go to federal, right? Now, federal, if you're going to any type of higher education, right? I'm going back to finish my bachelor's, right? I figure I have time to do it now, so I'm going to do it, right? And then filling out my FAFSA, right? And my FAFSA information, right, which is federal, it definitely asked for my race. I actually sat at the computer and took screenshots of it. So I'm trying to figure out, let's see if I can get these screenshots over here to y'all. Let's select. Boom, boom, boom. I think that's it. All right. MacBook Air, send these over to the MacBook. All right, here they go. All right. Let's see. All right, that's that one. That one. Oh, this was the killer one right here. For FBA, let's do this one first, y'all. Let's do this one first. This gonna be a good one. This gonna be a good one right here. Should I do that one first? I don't know. Let's just throw it up. Boom. Now y'all see this? It says, now look at the categories. Look at that, y'all. It says, what is the student's race? Do y'all see that? What is the student's race? White, Black, African American. I picked Black or African American. Now, look at the categories that fall under Black and African American. This is why the FBA is saying that we need a better ethnic qualifier. Listen to this. Under black or African American, look at the people who can check black or African American. African American, a Jamaican can check black or African American, a Haitian can check black or African American, a Nigerian can check black or African American, a Ethiopian can check black or African American, and a Somali can check black or African American. It say other black or African Americans, for example, are Ghanaians, South Africans, and Barbadians. All of these different people can check black or African American. All of these people, right, that we mentioned that's on this screen can check black or African American. That name is not specific to us. It can go for any of these groups. Now, this is a double dagger right here. And the reason why this is a double dagger, right? And the reason why this is a double dagger, right? The reason why my screen black. Y'all can't see my screen? Can y'all see my screen? Hit 1 if y'all can see my screen. What's going on, Gaisha? Hit a 1 if y'all can see my screen, because I don't want to be talking for nothing. Cuban. Why can't you see it, Cuban? What are you on, yo? Cuban, you on Android? What do you use as your medium of All right, so everybody can see it besides Cuban, I'm gonna read it to you. Right? They have white and they have black or African American. When you click the black or African American, a list of African Americans and black people come up. And on this list, right, it says African American, Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian, Ethiopian, and Somali, right? Ghanaians and South Africans and also Barbadians can all click black or African American. All of these groups fall under black or African American. And this is for the United States federal student aid. So this is a federal document. So when FBA say that they need a qualifier that distinguishes them from all other people who could be considered black or African American, this just proves it right here. This just proves it right here. Why we would argue this. This just proves. So, in my point of view, right, this is where I stand at with FBA. Now, all of the stuff about the goddamn Native Americans and all, no, I don't agree with none of that. I don't agree with none of that. But do y'all see my point? Is my point salient? You dig what I'm saying? Does FBA have a point right here? Yes, they do. Now, y'all could believe that the majority of them are bumbling idiots, right? But that's to assume that everything that they say is 100% wrong, and nothing works like that. Even the Hebrew Israelites make good points at certain, and you can disagree with their overall worldview, right? But you can't deny that they, can make sense twice a day. Like, come on now. All right. So, now, the other point with this is arguing with Isonic, my main man, Isonic. Isonic and my man Fetty, right, was trying to tell me that I was completely out of my mind for considering Ethiopians and Somalis and them black. Well, I said, man, I grew up in the United States. I got a United States education. And from everything that I learned, that if you're going to use the classifier of race and black, you know what I mean, as a qualifier, I said, in my education in the United States, that Ethiopian and Somali has always been synonymous with black. They told me I was out of my motherfucking mind. Now, hey, listen, I agree. I agree, West Africa, that ADOS did make the point. So if ADOS made that point, why are y'all arguing with FBA over it? If you accept the point from ADOS, then why don't you accept the point from FBA? That's where it becomes bullshit to me. Because if they make the same point as ADOS, then why would y'all disagree with them? Because y'all just don't like Tariq Nasheed? Now, there's many things about FBA I can disagree with. Do you know how many things black people disagree with ADOS about? Do you know how many prominent black people had disagreements with ADOS? Did we say scrap ADOS because these niggas right here had an issue with it? We find the issue with everything. We find the issue with everything, right? I was born in the late 70s, right? So, from the 80s and the 90s, right, me growing up, the Nation of Islam was a source of information, right, and black pride for African Americans, right? Especially young African Americans in the hip hop generation, in the hip hop era. We always looked up to the Nation of Islam, right? So they was the closest things, they were the closest sophisticated people who aligned themselves with the hip hop movement, right? We always looked at the Nation of Islam, right? Now, the Nation of Islam taught us that black people was Asiatics. We were the Asiatic black man, right? Now, there'll be a lot of people nowadays who disagree with that. But we knew who they was talking about. We knew who the nation... Let me get this off the screen. How do I get this off the screen? My bad. Right? We knew who the Nation of Islam was talking about when they referenced the Asiatic black man. We knew it. Right? Now, we could always disagree with the Nation of Islam and say, hell no, we ain't no Asiatic nothing. You dig what I'm saying? No, we went along with it because we knew who they was talking about. Right? We knew, listen, the name of the people was not as important as who the Nation of Islam was talking about. Y'all get that? You see how we was able to walk and chew gum at the same time? Nowadays, it seems like we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It seems like we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. When Martin Luther King and them, or A. Philip Randolph, A. Philip Randolph, when Farmer, when Farmer and who else? Farmer and the different black writers and stuff had disagreements with Malcolm X. They never brought up They never brought up the thing about the Asiatic black man. Even when they sat down and had these conversations, they didn't even go into the Nation of Islam referring to black Americans as the Asiatic black man, right? Because they knew what group the Nation of Islam was talking about. They understood that the Nation of Islam was talking about me and my people, black Americans. I never heard nobody arguing with Malcolm X and them back then over their Asiatic black man nonsense. No. Why? Because who Malcolm X and them was talking about? Who Malcolm X and them was talking about was clear. You're talking about the same people. You're talking about the same people. Right? When Tariq Nasheed and them said FBA, right? Everybody know that he's talking about African Americans. Everybody know he's talking about ADOS. Now, African Americans can believe all kind of shit. Is African Americans who believe that they come from that they were the original Americans, that they can believe that. That's a belief. That is a belief. Is African Americans that believe that they are the Hebrews. They're still African American. We know who they talking about. Y'all get that? So I don't understand why y'all say y'all not FBA or y'all don't agree with FBA on the simple fact that they throw the abo shit in there. Well, your grandmother throw the abo shit in there. Your grandmother told you that y'all was Native Americans. Did you say, Grandma, you not me, or I'm not the same as you because you brought up some goddamn... Black people got the right to be wrong, got the right to be fuck up history like anybody else. That don't take away from them being who they are. That doesn't stop me from being foundational black American, which is American descendant of slavery, right? Which is an African American, which is a nigga. They're all synonymous with me. The same way that there are African Americans who believe that they are goddamn Native Americans. Y'all saying that, okay, the FBA is those same people. So of course you're gonna have FBA who believe that they're Native American. That's not a crazy coincidence. Like, nigga, like I said, your grandmother believed that shit too. Matter of fact, the people who previously called themselves African American believe that shit also. You have a faction within the people who call themselves African American who believe that they are Native American also. Oh, but it's a problem when the people who say FBA is some people in the FBA who believe that shit also. I guarantee you it's people in ADOS who believe that they are that they are Native American too. Are you gonna say scrap ADOS? Because there's some crazy niggas who believe that they got them Native American that's a part of ADOS. Yo, it's something that black people believe. It's one of the myriad different beliefs that black people believe, yo. Black people believe that they are the original Hebrews, right? Black people believe that they the original Muslims and the Asiatic black man. Black people believe that they are the Moors, right? Black people in America believe, they in the Zulu nation, some African Bambaataa shit. Black people believe we Jehovah's Witness. We have different beliefs, but they are all African American. They are all ADOS. They are all FBA. And that's my point. So if Daniel, what's up, Daniel Haru? Daniel Haru. Some of them believe that they are Egyptians. That does not negate them from being African American. An African American having a crazy, fucked up reference of identity does not negate African Americanism, which is now being taken up as ADOS or FBA. Our crazy beliefs does not negate who the fuck we are. In the same way I acknowledge that I'm the same as the nigga who believe that he is an Asiatic black man in the Nation of Islam, the same way I agree that I'm the same as the goddamn dude in the MSTA, the Moore Science Temple, that I can recognize that he's talking about me, and when I'm talking about him, that we're the same people, then we're on common ground. I don't try to create that much distance between me and my people over word salad, over us being able to agree on, we know who we're talking about. There are African Americans that's older than me that never accepted the term African American. They still say that they black American. They say, I ain't African nothing. Do you sit there and say them brothers are wrong? No, we got video of Smokey Robinson and people of his ilk who was born in the 40s who never accepted the term African American. They say I'm black American. I have nothing to do with Africa. So when he claims black American and talk about the plight of black America, do you say he's not talking about me because he don't use the term African American like you do? No, you know exactly who he's talking about. We know exactly who he's talking about. I can go around all my people and have decent conversations with them. We can talk about our social issues, our history, and everything else is going to align. Everything else is going to align. Right? The same way I'm not arguing with a Hebrew Israelite over their blackness and know that they're talking about me, right? The same way I'm not arguing with the Nation of Islam members about who we are, knowing that we're talking about the same people, is the same reason why I'm not arguing with the FBA about us being the foundational black Americans or the American descendants of slavery, which is African Americans in the wider context. Now, where I do disagree with FBA is, now y'all know me. Y'all know for shit sure I got all my goddamn sense about me and know that we are descendants of African people. Period. I make no bones about that. We are not no goddamn Native Americans or Aboriginal Americans. Y'all know I don't believe that. Now, I can argue with an FBA person over that all day. Yeah, we can get it in on that. The historical record clearly states where our ethnicity derives from. where our population of people thrives from. We come from Africa during the transatlantic slave trade, right? I think that FBA, the FBA who believe that we are indigenous Americans, they are historically wrong, period. Y'all got that all fucked up. The people who call themselves African American, who believe that they are Native American, right? Y'all wrong too. The Hebrew Israelites who believe that they are the ancient descendants of the Hebrews of Israel, y'all wrong too. The African Americans and the FBA or ADOS people who believe that they are the Moors, right, are wrong too. You see how I could do that? It's easy for me. You did? But anywho, and I will say this. Okay, Psycho, they have some pseudo shit going on. I totally agree. Do you know that Jesse Jackson... Now, I'm not even going to do that to Jesse Jackson. Do you know that there was a contingent of black people who disagreed with Martin Luther King? So disagreement in the black community is not... Y'all never going to shake me with showing me some bullshit or showing that you have points of disagreement. I got a good firm grasp of history, and I know black people, we don't agree on nothing 100%. So most of the time, if you show me some fucked up shit that those FBA people doing, I'm gonna say, yeah, that's fucked up. But if I can equate FBA to ADOS back to African American and found it, then it will all, if it's all talking about the same people, y'all not gonna be able to move me off of that. I done already rationalized it. I disagree with the points that I disagree with those people, right? But the points that I do agree with them, that's the points I agree with them on. Simple and plain. I might have the same disagreements with some of those niggas that y'all got. You dig? Man, what's up, man? Who in the building? Hit the like button, man. There's 40 people in here. I know everybody can't hit the panel. I know everybody is not going to be able to comment in a chat. I know most of the people are working this morning, but y'all could at least hit the like button and keep listening. That's all I ask. You dig what I'm saying? That's all I ask. Just hit the like button and keep listening. So my last conversation, my bad. Appreciate that one. Likes up. My last conversation was on what was I about to say? Good. Appreciate those likes, y'all. We had got into a discussion over race. Right? What was race, right? People still agreeing to it, people disagreeing with it. I like that. Good word. Colloquialisms. Let me get this up, my man Cube. Why this thing come? Let me get all right, colloquialisms. That's right. Colloquialisms. All right. West African says guilt by association. You don't want to believe associated. You don't want to believe associated with shysters and scammers. I ain't got time. Listen, they call Martin Luther King a shyster and a scammer. All right. Psycho says, but you connected with Black Americans before the title of FBA. This is why it's a group and not about lineage like they claim. Okay. Psycho, please don't quote. Brad said, please don't quote Jesse Jackson. Listen, Jesse Jackson is an old, feeble man right now. I remember when Jesse Jackson was called out because he was a shakedown artist. What do I mean about that? He would go to white corporations and companies and say, y'all don't have no black representation, right? I'm going to file a class action lawsuit or some shit he used to throw at these companies. And the companies, he would give them an out. He would get a distribution or something from them and put it in his family name. If they did that, then he would call off the dogs. So he was basically shaking down. It was crazy, the shit that Jesse was doing, right? Not for the benefit of black people, but for the benefit of him and his family. He was using our plight. They got whole write-ups on this with what Jesse Jackson was doing in the mid-90s, man. It was crazy, right? It was crazy. It was crazy. So, all right, so boom. Race. Now, everything that we talked about race with, right, for me, it's not race. Everything that people, when people use race, right, I have to agree with Unc. They're creating a error, right? They're creating an error. So let's go here with my YouTube at YouTube. And this is why I say this. All right, let's see. And since people like, since I come from a channel that was highly about evolution and biology, we're gonna go to atheist biologists. Oh, let's see, what's his name? Common. Right? What this is? I think this it right here.
Relevant and accessible. So that's all just, heaping praise on you that I'm sure you've received from many avenues, but it's all to say it's just an honor to get you on.
Thank you very much.
So it is hard to know where to start with you, but I am curious, just like what you've been up to, the past few years. What have you been interested in? What have you been paying attention like as a race? There's this view among people like David Deutsch and others working on artificial intelligence or integrating the brain with technology, such as Elon Musk's Neuralink project. There's an attitude among many people in that world that eventually we are likely to make any kind of progress that's compatible with the laws of physics.
Man, the fuck is you talking about?
They, imagine super intelligent AI and picture a kind of Star Trek reality where
had the clip,
economic scarcity is just a thing of the past, and we've through the attainment of knowledge have figured out how to do the most.
I get back to that comb in his. Oh, here we go. This.
And picture a kind of Star Trek reality where economic scarcity is just a thing of the past.
Is race a social construct? That's what it was. I don't know why I can't get right back to that part. Where Richard Dawkins, right? Where Richard Dawkins adds to the confusion.
Actually, we are likely to table, which I assume there's nothing it's like to be. Although the further into this conversation
is interesting from that point of view.
So, as a Darwinian, it would make sense, or one would believe that consciousness must have some
survival by the Nazis and by the eugenic sterilization movements in the United States.
Isolated for long enough
to
develop all of the debate among biologists, but also anthropologists, about whether race is real or a social construct. And I can feel my blood pressure go up simply broaching the topic, because it's a third rail, and it makes perfect sense that it's a third rail, because in the 20th century the Nazis committed a genocide based partly on this belief, and many governments, including the US government, instituted eugenics policies. My great grandmother was sterilized in Puerto Rico as a result of one of these policies in the eugenics era. Nevertheless, I think people of goodwill ought to be able to ask the question, which is, given that when our ancestors migrated out of Africa, many groups of them were geographically isolated for long enough to develop all of the differences in appearance that make someone like me look different than someone like you. And the question whether that isolation was long enough and the evolution divergent enough to justify biologically valid categories, whether we want to call them races or populations, that it seems people of goodwill who are not Nazis ought to be able to ask that question and explore its implications, whether medical or otherwise. So what do you make of that debate?
Here we go.
Okay, I quite agree with you. I think the fact that such appalling things were done by the Nazis and by the eugenic sterilization movements in the United States in the early part of the 20th century and so on, the fact that that happened doesn't nullify the validity of the concept of race. I mean, it's obvious. There are geographically separated groups of humans who have different genetic clusters in common. Now, what is true is that the variance between humans, between different races, is much less than the variance within races. In other words, one way it's been put is that if you wiped out all of humanity except one subpopulation, most of the variation would be preserved. In other words, most of the available human variation is present in all different races. That doesn't mean that race is invalid. Race is a valid concept. It is real. There really are differences which are correlated with each other: skin color, shape, various different things, blood groups. All these things are correlated with each other. And so I think it's nonsense to say that race is a social construct. Race is a real biological phenomenon. The important thing is not to base any decisions, to base any policies upon that, which I think that's truly wicked. And that's what was wicked about the Nazis and was wicked about the eugenic sterilization movements of the 1920s and so on.
Yeah, so the way I view this.
Now, anybody who listened to that nonsense, right, that Richard Dawkins just set out his mouth, that was so convoluted. That shit was so convoluted. But then he'll use keywords like he's talking to his atheist group, and he'll use dismissive words like something is nonsense. And yeah, bro, listen to what the fuck you just said. Listen.
That it seems people of goodwill who are not.
I mean, I quite agree with you. I think the fact that such appalling things were done by the Nazis and by the eugenic sterilization movements in the United States in the early part of the 20th century and so on, the fact that that happened doesn't nullify the validity of the concept of race. I mean, it's obvious. There are geographically separated groups of humans who have different genetic clusters in common. Now, what is true is that the variance between humans, between different races, is much less than the variance within races. In other words, one way it's been put is that if you wiped out all of humanity except one subpopulation, most of the variation would be preserved. In other words, most of the available human variation is present in all different races. But that doesn't mean that race is invalid. Race is a valid concept. It is real. There really are differences which are correlated with each other: skin color, shape, various different things, blood groups. All these things are correlated with each other. And so I think it's nonsense to say that race is a social construct. Race is a real biological phenomenon. The important thing is not to base any decisions, to base any policies upon that, which I think that's truly wicked. And that's what was wicked about the Nazis and was wicked about the eugenic sterilization movements of the 1920s and so on.
Yeah, so the way I view this, and I've looked at papers that have been written ever since the gene.
I mean, I mean, this is why the confusion continues. This is why the confusion continues. Somebody will take a person like Richard Dawkins and use what he said and say, see, scientists still say race is... Bro, that was crazy what he just said. That was crazy. Now let's look this up. Hold on. Let all of the stuff that he named, right? He took aggregates of human variations, right? This is what he did. He took the different aggregates of human variation, right? And phenotype. He matched them together and he said these things, genetic drift, all of these things, can make a race. That's what he was saying. In a nutshell, right? Populations being separated for so long. He used skin color. You dig what I'm saying? Different things. He just hodgepodged all of these things, right? And said that these things make race. Then he said that all of those variations exist, right, within damn near all human beings anyway. So there's not, Listen, he's saying that all of those variations that he named exist within damn near all human beings any goddamn way. So now he's just talking about the way they express themselves on a local level, and he calling that a goddamn race. This man is wrong. He's wrong. Right? So let's look at this. Where my joint at? Alright. Let's go here. Let's go here. Understanding. Boom, boom, boom. Bam. Alright. Let me pull this up. Let's pull this up. Y'all with me, man? Let's cook these niggas. Hold on. Yo said dick size. Y'all funny as shit, yo. Hey, yo, y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta relax. All right? Hold on, let me get to it. Y'all gotta relax. Hey, wait. Brass, what do you call our AI? You call our AI God. Brass say, let's ask God. Now, Brother Reggie came on my last show before he fucked it up, and he cleared it all up. Listen. Let me get a camera up. Hold on, let me get a camera. I ain't put myself on the screen. I need a camera. Give me what camera I want to use. Boom. That's a good one. We'll use that same camera. All right, let's get us up here. Let's put us over here. Let's make us smaller so we can see everything. Boom. All right, let's put us right there. All right, y'all see the screen. Let's do this. This is what he used as race, right? And as a biologist, he should have better words to explain what he's actually talking about. Because my contention is everything that we say about race can be explained by something else. It is not race, right? So, Reggie told us that it was Clines, and I knew about Clines, and when he brought it to my attention, I said that's exactly what it is, right? So, now, I'm not using Clines in place of race. Watch how this thing do this, right? You say, well, you're just using another word because you don't want to use the word race. No. Clines is going to explain the variation that we see. And you can never call that variation race. That's the point, right? So it's not one word replacing one word for the next, right? Because you're not going to have a Negro Cline, right? Or a black Cline. It's never going to be, but you can have a Negro race. You can have a black race, right? Watch this. It says the concepts of race, the concepts of Clines and race represent contrasting ways of understanding human biological variation. What is it doing? It's contrasting ways of understanding human biological variation. While race has historically been used to group humans into distinct categories, the concept of Clines provides a more scientifically accurate framework by emphasizing the gradual continuous nature of genetic and phenotypic variation across populations. Right? See, this is all we're talking about. How a motherfucker look. You dig what I'm saying? That's how race was first defined, and that's how we still look at it. Right? Understanding Clines. Definition. A Cline is a gradual change in a particular biological trait, e.g. skin color, height, genetic allele frequency across geographic space. Clines reflect how traits vary due to adaptation to environmental pressures, migration, and genetic flow between populations. Examples: skin color. Melanin levels vary gradually with latitude. Darker skin is common near the equator, where UV radiation is strongest, while lighter skin is found at higher latitudes with less UV exposure. Sickle cell allele. The frequency of the sickle cell trait is higher in regions with malaria, showing a clinal distribution based on environmental factors. This is the significance. Clines acknowledge the interconnectedness of human populations and the absence of distinct biological boundaries. It says the absence of distinct biological boundaries. What does race do? Race creates distinct biological boundaries. That's not how human variation operates, right? They show that human variation is a spectrum influenced by geography, culture, history, rather than discrete categories, right? Remember, I said on the last show, I was taught as a child, there's only one race, the human race. Now, if my parents taught me that in the 70s, how are we all fucked up now? With all of this new information staying right in our face. What my parents taught me back in the 70s still holds true right now. That what? There's only one race, the human race. That was beat into my fucking head. Now, understanding race, the definition. Race refers to the classification of humans into distinct groups based on perceived physical traits like skin color, hair type, or facial features. Historically, race was tied to biological essentialism and used to justify hierarchies and inequalities. This is the flaws in the concept of race, or flaws in the race concept. It is arbitrary categories. Racial classification differs across cultures and are not consistent with biological evidence. I'm going to read that again for y'all. It says racial classifications differ across cultures and are not consistent with biological evidence. We can make up a race right now in Africa and say that people me and Reggie complexion are white people, and people that's darker than me and Reggie are black people. You see how that can change and flip-flop right there? Because it said it differs across cultures. It is not biological. Now, we get confused on the overlaps, right? Overlaps. Human genetic diversity is greater within so-called races than between them. Me and Logic kept repeating this point over and over. Meaning, you'll find more variation within African Americans, right? Versus blacks, African Americans, and white Americans. There'll be more variation within African Americans, you know what I mean, than between an African American and a European American. That's what that's saying. It says human genetic diversity is greater within so-called races than between them. Pseudoscience. Early racial science was used to perpetuate colonialism, slavery, and eugenics without scientific basis. Modern rejections. Scientists widely agree that race is not a biologically valid concept, but a social construct with real-world social and political implications. So, am I denying the things that we go through as black people? Am I denying our history as black people? Am I denying our social status and our fight and our shared history and all of these things in our class and all of these things? Am I denying any of that? No, I'm not. I clearly understand that socially, right? I clearly understand that in society, we are a group that is named black or African American. For all of our shared history, right? Our phenotypic expression, right? All of these things. So you think I'm saying I don't see black people in society? You are out of your mind. I'm a blackologist. I am a blackologist. But everything that I do about black and everything that I say about black, it is always socially constructed. It is how this thing operates in society, how we are viewed in society, how our history and stuff shapes how we even perceive reality in our society. That's what I'm talking about. That is our connection, right? Clines versus races, right? Key differences, aspects. All right, basis. Clines is a continuous variations in traits or genes. Race is discrete categories based on physical traits, right? Clines. All right, scientific validity. It is supported by modern genetics. Look, Clines is supported by modern genetics and biology. Race, right, is discredited as biologically invalid. So everything that Richard Dawkins says dies on this chart right here. On this chart right here, we already done cleaned Richard Dawkins' assertions about race being real. We done already cleaned them. Clines is what he's trying to express, right? And it says it's supported by modern genetics and biology. But Richard Dawkins was just wrong, because he used race, and race, right, is discrete categories based on physical traits. He said race was real. Clines, right? Boundaries. It says it's no fixed boundaries. Traits vary gradually. Race. It is artificial and rigid. Group divisions. Do y'all understand that human skin complexion and phenotype, it gradually changes? It gradually changes. The further populations are located, right, away from the equator, right, their phenotype gradually changes. The further they are, the closer they are to the North Pole. As you go south, the phenotype gradually changes. There is no fixed physical traits. They gradually change. There are clinal differences. He is cooked. Boundaries. Clines, no fixed boundaries. Traits vary gradually. Race, it is artificial and rigid. Group divisions. Focus. Clines, right? Clines' focus is in environmental and geographic influences. Why these variations look this way, why the gradual changes happen in the population, right? But race is stereotypes and hierarchical rankings. It stereotypes people into groups without explaining the variation, the gradualization of it, right? The extreme of it. Implications, Clines. It reflects population history and adaptation. Race often used to justify discrimination. All right? Now, let's go to the scientific consensus. Scientific consensus. What is the scientific consensus on this thing? All right? Clines represent biological reality. Clines represent biological reality, right? So, race is not biological. Clines is a biological reality, not race. And what is Clines, right? In a scientific consensus, it is the concept of Clines aligns with modern genetic evidence, which shows that human traits do not cluster neatly into distinct groups. Genetic variation correlates with genetic distance, not racial categories. Again, now race. Race is a social construct. While race is not biologically valid, its social significance shapes identity, experiences, and systematic inequalities. Researchers prefer terms like ancestry and population to discuss genetic variation without invoking racial stereotypes. Now, let's look at the advantages of clinal thinking. Right? These are the advantages. 1, clinal thinking eliminates hierarchies. Clines reflect continuous variation without ranking groups. 2, Clines embrace complexity. It acknowledges the role of migration, admixture, and adaptation in shaping diversity. 3, the third advantage, right, of Clines is ethical approach. It avoids the historical misuse of race to marginalize groups. Let's read the conclusion, y'all, and let's move on. Conclusion, Clines provide a scientifically valid and ethical framework for understanding human diversity, emphasizing gradual variation and the shared biological heritage of humans. Race, in contrast, is a social construct with no basis in biology, but significant social implications. Modern science and anthropology advocate for clinal models and reject racial essentialism. So, Richard Dawkins, my good peoples, is full of shit. Richard Dawkins is full of shit. Richard Dawkins is full of shit. See, Psycho, I already addressed that. I said, I know y'all gonna say it's just replacing one word for the next, but it told you what race was. It told you that it stereotypes. It defines people into categories that biologically you can't do. But y'all gonna still do it because it's comfortable. It's what your eyes tell, is what you wanna believe. I can't fight y'all on that. I see what you see. But that's the fucked up part about it. That is not biological. All of those things are Clines. They are gradual. They don't make up distinct groups. You can't do that. Like, it's telling you that. That's what the scientists are saying. So, damn, yo, was crazy. So, that's my take on it. If y'all want to continue to use the word race, so be it. I'm not going to be like and fuss with y'all over it. You dig what I'm saying? I understand what y'all saying when y'all saying it. Right? So I won't fuss with y'all over it. But I don't think it's valid. I don't think, you know what I mean, it's the same way that y'all would argue with me over FBA. Right? I see the usefulness in the term. Y'all don't. Just like y'all see the usefulness in the word race, in the term race, well, everything that it entails. I don't. But I understand what y'all saying. If we're talking about our people being black people, if y'all want to say that's our race, I'm not going to disagree with y'all. I understand what y'all saying. I understand that we're talking about the same damn thing for the most part. You feel me? So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that your boy, Richard Dawkins, is full of shit. Because everything that I read about the consensus and him being a biologist, why would he be stuck on saying that? Hey, Fetty, it did say that. It said that modern geneticists use ancestral populations to explain those things. You're right, Fetty. That's what the thing that I read, it actually said what you just said right there. You dig what I'm saying? So nobody is denying what y'all, you know what I mean, are seeing. But if it's saying that it is not biological, and y'all keep saying it's biological, I'm trying to figure out what are y'all saying is biological. Because biologically, it's saying that you can't put people into distinct categories. That's not how the human variation exists within all human beings. So every human being at this moment right now that you will put into a racial category has all the variation present in his genome to be any other type of people that you would call a race. It said it. Richard Dawkins damn near even said it. Richard Dawkins did say it, and then he still used race. So he has the same issue that y'all got. And this motherfucker is a biologist. So if y'all, you know, still have an issue with it, I don't fault y'all because we see that it's biologists who still have an issue with it. And they got all of the data and facts and understand it better than us. I agree. I agree with that, Psycho. But they separate animals, right? If human beings were separated, if human beings, Psycho, was separated, right, as animals, then there would be only one human being. Do you get that one, Psycho? If you say, okay, let's separate human beings, right, like we do animals, then guess what? Then human beings will make up one group. Human beings. Homo sapien sapien. You get that one? That's all it would be. It wouldn't be like you have dogs, chickens, horses, cows. You dig what I'm saying? If we take human beings on the animal taxonomic tree, then all human beings are the same. Then all human beings would be the same. So you just cooked yourself. You just cooked yourself. Taxonomically, human beings are one group. There's only one race, the human race. Now, if your parents never taught you all that, I'm sorry. But I understand exactly what y'all talking about. I understand exactly what y'all talking about. Okay, what you saying now, Fatty? Hold on, let me get this back up. Do y'all want to hear Richard Dawkins again? Hold on. Let's go back to Richard Dawkins. Let's go back to Richard Dawkins.
The genome was sequenced a couple decades ago, which have allowed
between you
all of the differences
now
inherent.
Now, what Richard Dawkins is going to explain and then use race on top of it. Everything that we read about the consensus disagrees with him even being able to use that right there. And then for him to treat this subject as dismissive as he does with his religious, like that's just how he operates. That's a quirk that he got, right? That is a quirk that he got because he didn't use nothing to validate what he was saying. He didn't use nothing. He just used a dismissive word. He said it's nonsense. The same way when he's arguing with a Muslim or a Christian, he'll use a dismissive word, right? And y'all latch to that. We can't let him do that on this subject. We can't let him he can do that with religion when he's arguing with them. But in biology, in something that affects us, in something that affected us for the last 400 years, you know what I mean, that had real world consequences, we can't let him be dismissive about that. No, he has to explain that. We can't let that white boy get away with that. We can't let him get away with that. Let's go.
That makes someone like me look different than someone like you. And, you know, the question whether that isolation was long enough and the evolution divergent enough to justify biologically valid categories, whether we want to call them races or populations. You know, that it seems people of goodwill who are not Nazis.
He said Richard Dawkins would cook me. Of course Richard Dawkins would cook me. The dude is a biologist. I couldn't argue that with him. Right? I couldn't argue. You want me to argue about, I am a barber. I argue with y'all. You know what I mean? I argue with y'all. Now let's go. But we can pull apart what he's saying.
To be able to ask that question and explore its implications, whether medical or otherwise. So what do you make of that debate?
Okay, I mean, I quite agree with you. I think the fact that such appalling things were done by the Nazis and by the eugenic sterilization movements in the United States in the early part of the 20th century and so on, the fact that that happened doesn't nullify the validity of the concept of race. I mean, it's obvious. There are geographically separated groups of humans who...
See that? He said it's obvious. So he's talking about what his eyes see, what y'all see, right? He's mixing and matching here. He's mixing and matching here. Y'all telling me that y'all can't pull us apart, yo? Y'all can't say that this white man wrong, yo? Haskell, what up? Haskell, my guy, man, Haskell gonna do a show, y'all. We gonna do a weekly show, yo. Haskell is crazy as hell, right? But the brother intelligent, he just got a weird way of saying things. He's a blackologist. He's a Muslim. He a Jamaican. Like, yo, he just got a lot of shit going on, y'all. I'm telling y'all. You know what I mean? Hold on.
Who have different genetic clusters in common. Now, what is true is that
like me look different than someone like you. And, you know, the question whether that isolation was long enough and the evolution divergent enough to justify biologically valid categories, whether we want to call them races or populations. You know, that it seems people of goodwill who are not Nazis ought to be able to ask that question and explore its implications, whether medical or otherwise. So what do you make of that debate?
Okay, I mean, I quite agree with you. I think the fact that such appalling things were done by the Nazis and by the eugenic sterilization movements in the United States in the early part of the 20th century and so on, the fact that that happened doesn't nullify the validity of the concept of race. I mean, it's obvious.
See that? You see that? He said it doesn't nullify, you dig what I'm saying? The concept of race. He said it is obvious. Let's continue.
There are geographically separated groups of humans who have different genetic clusters in common. Now, what is true is that the variance between humans, between different races, is much less than the variance within races. In other words,
what he would call a race, right? This is an arbitrary grouping, right? We already know that we read that race can change within a culture. So it's a different culture who have different racial categories than we have here. So race is arbitrary. Not only is it arbitrary, but it's something that I can decide for myself. On my senses, I got the right to define myself how I want. Race, for the most part, is an agreed upon category nowadays. Y'all get that also, right? So there's no clear way to nail this thing down. He's trying to nail it down, right? Now, what we got to ask him is, Richard Dawkins, now, since all of y'all believe, but since for the people who believe that Richard Dawkins is right about race, I guarantee you, when he give his categories of race, y'all gonna disagree with him. I guarantee you that even the people that's on in my chat now, I bet you y'all have different categories of race amongst yourselves. I guarantee you, for those who believe in race, y'all gonna have different racial groups, which shows that is arbitrary. It is not agreed upon thing. And if scientists can't agree upon the categories of race, how the fuck can y'all do it? Let's go, Richard.
The way it's been put is that if you wiped out all of humanity except one subpopulation, most of the variation would be preserved. In other words, most of the available human variation is present in all different races.
Man, listen, man, this is so convoluted. Every time I go to that part and he say that, he should have just shut the fuck up right there. He should have just shut the fuck up right there. But no, it's the arrogance. It's the arrogance of a motherfucker, right? We got the same arrogance, right? Sometimes we get ahead of our skis in conversations, right? We do it all the time. We talk about Black Egypt and stuff. We get ahead of our skis. This motherfucker ahead of his skis. He over his skis. He doing too much, right? He just said that all of the variation, right, exists damn near in all groups of humans. Right there, I'm telling y'all that there's only one race, the human race. That's it. That's it. You're talking about something else. What better explains what Richard Dawkins is saying? Is it race or is it Clines? I'm telling y'all that Clines express better what Richard Dawkins is saying and not race. Race is rigid. It puts people into distinct categories that biologically you can't do. I'm not saying this shit again. Like, you know how you ever do homework with your child and you work out the equation for them, right? And you break it down and they can see your example. And then you watch them on the next problem, right? Where you have the equation worked out for them, right? And you have the example. All you got to do is plug everything in the way I plugged it in, and the formula will be correct, and your child will still do some crazy shit, right? And you want to pop them in the back of their head. That's what y'all doing right now. That's what y'all doing.
It doesn't mean that race is invalid. Race is a valid concept. It is real. It are differences which are correlated with each other. Skin color, shape.
He said there are differences and they are real and they are correlated with each other. But guess what? All of those differences is genetic variation and local adaptation. But previously, he said that all of that variation exists within every human being. So he's trapped. He's trapped and y'all don't even see it.
But various different things, blood groups, all these things are correlated with each other. And so I think it's nonsense to say that race is a social construct. Race is a real biological phenomenon. The important thing is not...
And then there he go. He said it's nonsense to say race is not real. Nuts, man. What's up, man? Y'all want panel up, man? Y'all want panel? I'm done talking. I'm done talking. He is trapped. All right, so now I got to go back to what race is. See, I gotta go back to what race is. Obviously, Fetty Wap. I gotta go back to what race is. Let's go back to our chart. Let's go back to our chart. This is gonna be the key. This is the key right here for me, right? Y'all gonna have to get me off of this chart. Now that I got my chart, this is my rubric with which I have to judge all things about. Anytime y'all use race, this is what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about discrete categories based on physical traits. Y'all talking about y'all talking about something that's discredited as biologically invalid. Y'all talking about an artificial and rigid group division. Y'all talking about stereotypes and hierarchical rankings, and is often used to justify discrimination. This is what y'all are talking about right here. Y'all lucky I can't do that. You know what I mean? But this is what y'all talking about right there. Y'all talking about discrete categories based on physical traits. That's what race is. Anytime y'all say race, y'all talking about discrete categories based on physical traits, right? Y'all talking about y'all talking about a concept that is discredited as biologically invalid. It is discredited as biologically invalid. It is also artificial, meaning made up. It is artificial. And rigid group division. Why? Because they're in a Cline, or humans, what humans actually are. Humans have no fixed boundaries. Traits vary gradually. Race is artificial and rigid group division. Race also stereotypes and hierarchical rankings, and it is often used to justify discrimination. So anytime y'all saying you and Richard Dawkins in them is talking about race is real, this is what I'm using to tell y'all full of shit. All right? That's where I'm at. Any questions? Oh, shucks. Listen, biological is biological. You know what I mean? Like I said, for all of the people who talk about race, if y'all agree with Richard Dawkins, if Richard Dawkins ever gave his categories of race, I guarantee you it will be people all over the world and people on this chat right here disagreeing with him about his racial groups. So how do we deal with that? Right? How do we deal with that? And for the people who do now, I'm gonna start a show, and I want when y'all come up here, when y'all affirm, right? My Baltimore accents, we put V's and stuff, right? We put V's, the letter V and shit that don't have V's in it, right? What do we replace in Baltimore? We're replacing the with the, right? We replace the with the. All right? So it'd be like if it's mother or mother, we put the for the TH. If it's father, the TH we put the So the THER is replaced with the. We replace there with the. There with the. That's what we did. So instead of it being mother, it's mother. Instead of it being father, it's father. Instead of it being brother, it's brother. Brother. Not brother. Brother. Where your brother at? Yo, your mother home? Not your mother home. Is your mother home? No, it's your mother home. Right? And it's crazy we actually read that way. Vance sent me that earlier. So when I see the word mother, I say mother. When I see the word dog, I say Doug. Right? Now, it's just an accent, people. We know in kindergarten and first grade, we have the OG words, right? You'll have frog, dog, log. You dig what I'm saying? Fog, dog, log. So we understand it, but our accents will say, right? We don't say frog. We say frog. We can go to the aquarium and see the frogs. Uggs. It's not going to be a dog. It's going to be a Doug. But we wouldn't say fog. We wouldn't say fug, right? If you're talking about fog, we would say the word fog. We wouldn't say fug. A fug is a cigarette to us. Fog is actually the condensation that makes it misty outside, right? We understand so the accent is up in there. It's how we're using it, right? It's just an accent, right? Crazy. Anywho, how did I get off on that? What are we doing? I'm putting up a goddamn panel. Yeah, it's frog. It's a frog. Frogs, dugs, and lugs. Hey, Therapy, that's great. Frogs, thugs, and lugs. It's crazy, right? That's because Baltimore people, we real Africans, man. We straight off the boat. You feel me? We straight off the boat. I don't know where y'all from, man. We straight off the boat. The fuck? You know what I mean? Baltimore, we still got our African accent. You feel me? We still got that. This the motherland accent. Don't nobody in the United States sound like Baltimore people. Listen, Baltimore is in the heart of what you call the DMV, and we separated from the DMV. Don't know, man, we 40 minutes. Listen, name a major city that y'all 40 minutes apart from and y'all sound completely different from. Baltimore and DC is 40 minutes apart from each other and sound completely different. Sound completely different. Right? So when you talk about major cities on the Eastern Seaboard, you come down, you go New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore. They're the major cities on the Eastern Seaboard, right? Boston, New York, Philly, Philadelphia, Baltimore. You dig what I'm saying? Baltimore got the craziest accent. Nuts. Now, I don't know. Boston's is wild too. Boston accent. Y'all can't say Boston. They sound like they about to start river dancing. Like they sound like they come straight out of Ireland or some goddamn. You know what I mean? They sound like Conor McGregor. You know what I mean? Up in Boston. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So think about it. You would think that Baltimore and DC would be sister cities or twin cities. It's not like that. Baltimore and DC, 40 minutes apart, are two different worlds. I'm going to tell y'all something that was going to fuck y'all up. It's actually Baltimore and Philly who are basically sister cities as far as black people. I'm talking about black people, not the city in general. Baltimore is a black city. We have our closest cultural ties, right, to the black people in Philadelphia and not the black people in Virginia, which is crazy. You dig what I'm saying? Because Philly is an hour and 45 minutes away, right? We go back and forth. Philly people come down here every day. It's like boom, 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 boom. So we got a lot in common, especially the younger people. The young Philly people and the young Baltimore people vibe together. They go out of town together. You dig what I'm saying? They do everything together. Like they link up in different cities together. You know what I mean? You know, that's a strong connection right there. You know what I mean? If we go to Philly, you know what I mean? They give us a leeway. You know what I mean? You say, oh, they them Baltimore cats. They, you know what I mean? What up? They give us, you dig what I'm saying? Same way down here. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And I think a lot of that come from drug interaction. You dig what I'm saying? But they then built a culture together, right? They do a lot of stuff together. Tank, if Tank would have fought the dude Tevin, was that Tevin Farmer? Or whatever his name was, cross-eyed nigga, that would have been a big fight because Baltimore and Philly was going to definitely come out to that. You dig what I'm saying? Definitely would have, that would have been dope if they could have did that in like down in DC at National Harbor. You know what I mean? That would have been a fire fight. But I done got off. Let me put up this chat. It's crazy. Mother. Mother. All right, let me get my Zoom up. Boom. I just paid my Zoom bill. New meeting. Boom. Grab that link. Bow. There we go. There we go. Boom. Yeah, y'all, I'm just chilling though. I had to throw up a little show real. Damn, it's 12 o'clock already. FBA all day. FBA stand up. You feel me? I don't know. That was the link. Who fucking with it? Y'all at work, hit that like button. Alright, let me see. So yeah, so we discussed what did we do? How we do this? We discussed FBA. Oh, we didn't do ethnicity. One of the good points that somebody made about that was that Black Americans adding the oh, Fetty, is you still here? Let me show you, Fetty, the Hold on, where is that? Let me show you. Hold on, where did I put that at? I put that somewhere. Let me see. Boom. All right, hold on, Fetty. Now watch this, Fetty. Fetty probably left already. Dang. I had a... Oh, here we go. Boom. So look at that right there, Fatty. What are we looking at, Fatty? That is a government document, right? U.S. government, right? It's for financial or federal student aid, right? For higher education. Now, what is the rate? What is the student's race, right? Since people try to say they don't use race no more, you dig what I'm saying? And yes, they do. And it says select all that apply. Now you got white. Clearly, I'm not white, right? I hit the black or African American. Now look at the groups that are classified by the U.S. government. This is a U.S. governmental document, right? Look at the groups that are classified as black or African American, black and African American. These are the groups. African Americans are black or African American. Jamaicans are black and African American. Haitians, oh, I didn't know you was here, my bad. Okay. You know what I mean? All right, but look down at the last two. The reason why this part was for you, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, it kills two birds with one stone. Look who they also got in the United States as black or African American. Ethiopians and Somalians. You tried to tell me I was out of my mind for calling Ethiopian Horners black people. I'm like, yo, I was educated in the United States. Maybe you got your education in motherfucking Peru somewhere, or in Mexico. Maybe you got a Mexican education some motherfucking where. You dig what I'm saying? That told you that Ethiopians, Somalis, and then wasn't black. That's some other education. Here in the United States, that ain't the education that I got. All right? So that was that. Yeah, I mean, that was fun. Let me see. Okay, all right, that's cool. That's cool, Fatty. All right, yeah, you did say that. That's cool. Yeah, man. But Fatty, you tried to call me a goddamn nutbag. You tried to call me goddamn pseudo and everything else for saying what was part of my general education. That's where I was like, bro, come on now. Oh, shit. Hold on, let me get you up. Hey, Fatty. Let me get you up here. Boom, boom, boom. Where my Zoom at? Bam, bam. Yeah, I'm adding you to the show right now. Boom. Yeah, they can hear you. What's up with you?
What's good, man? Yo, why we always got to do this shit? We take 10 steps forward and take 30 of them bitches back, man.
No, listen. When I seen that category, I said, yo, because I hate, you know how when a motherfucker try to make you feel like you crazy about something, it's something that stick with you. And I know it stick with you. When you know you got a salient point, and every time something confirms what you were saying, Fatty, you bring it back up. You do it all the time.
You know what's so crazy though? All right, let me get my full premise right, because on your show, I agreed and set out the gate. I made that disclaimer. I know personal Somalians I grew up with that I would consider themselves black. I understand the dynamic of some of them when they come here, they experience the same things we go through. So I understand that. But I try to take, remember I kept bringing up historical context. I personally feel a little uncomfortable, right? When I know that those Cushitic Somalians, right, historically in the East African slave trade and shit like that, they literally distinguished themselves from sub-Saharan, Nilo-Saharan, and Niger-Congo groups, calling them, nappy-headed and not nappy-headed.
Hard hair.
Yeah, bro. So it's like, that's kind of fucked up that, historically and even now we can find Somalians who take great pride in their Eurasian admixture, right? And say, no, I'm not these Bantus, I'm not these sub-Saharan niggas, right? See, the thing with Somalians, it make like, people keep talking about the Afro-Asiatic thing, but that's an important thing to understand because like those Somalians, they do have a heavy sub-Saharan Omotic component that's different from their other Afro-Asiatic ancestors. So I'm not arguing that, but their ancestors looked at Nilotics and Bantu people as primitive, and they labeled them under certain categorizations, created caste systems and all of that. So I feel uncomfortable when, based off African Americans making black cool, and we empower it to, now that thing has traveled all through the globe. Now they want to swing back around and attach themselves to us. So that's the only thing. I'm not knocking if a Somali want to call them black, but it's that thought in the back of my head, like, I don't really
like you wasn't fucking with us 20 years ago.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, I respect it on both sides, but you do have a lot of Somalians that will label themselves white. So they have that flexibility. You know what I mean?
So what up?
What it do?
Chilling.
Microphone sound straight?
Yeah. Y'all cooking. Y'all microphones hot.
Yeah, because I got my jank and I'm outside. But yeah. Like, this show. I mean, you know how you like to stir it up. I'll let you cook up your little brew and stuff. Yeah. I think the thing is, like, Richard Dawkins has his opinion, right? And you can find other people that agree with him. But it's like somehow we forget what we do when other experts have opinions that's outside the consensus. You know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes if they agree with us, we'll just abandon the criteria we use and just be like, yeah, well, he's an expert. Well, I guess we can respect his opinion, but it's outside mainstream. Like, it's just not a consensus. So that's what we would label as fringe. Like like hate it or love it, it's fringe right now. Like, it can change, but right now that idea is fringe, right? But I do agree that, because right now in medicine we do use race as a proxy, as a starting point. You know what I mean? Like, we'd be like, African American, so forth, so on. But but it has its baggage that go with it. Eventually gonna switch to ancestral population, or they may switch to that, and there's still gonna be some problems with that also. You know what I'm saying? But I think race is way more problematic than ancestral population. You know what I mean? So,
facts. Yeah, I agree with that. Like you said, it's used in medicine in a way for them to understand, like, bro, African Americans or ethnic groups, we have a higher susceptibility to get certain diseases based off our evolutionary history. That's just the fact. You know what I mean? So
yeah, they got to start somewhere. So
that's why I like the race thing and the reason why I like the consensus thing. I agree it is the consensus, but the human genome and all of this are new fields. So yeah, the consensus is what it is, but I think we've established that there's a collision course with scholars that's only going to be enhanced as new tools are discovered to highlight certain things that are at a higher rate than other groups. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta shoot that Corey. What's good?
Peace. What up?
Cosmic.
What up, Chef?
What's good?
What up with everybody, man? Hey, I just came on, right? Because you was Chef. That when you had me dying laughing, bro. I had to take a break because I was laughing my motherfucking ass off, dog.
What happened? What I did?
I know about the dub, right? I know about the dub. But when you say
I miss Frug.
That's crazy.
I ain't no Frug with the thing. Oh my God, how I overlook Frug.
Yeah, B-more accent different. I ain't gonna lie.
Bruh.
That shit is hilarious, bro.
It's crazy. Yeah, I can acknowledge it.
I'm coming to Baltimore this summer, dog.
Listen, I can't hear it. Listen, bro, I can't hear it until y'all say something. When y'all say something, that's when I can acknowledge. Yeah, that's crazy. You feel me? Like, it's gonna help me. Can't hear it. It's nuts.
Y'all the closest American niggas to UK niggas based off the twos, the oohs.
The oohs.
Yeah. Y'all, it's a bridge. You tried to bring Africa into it. Nah, that ain't no Africa.
Yeah, we straight from Africa.
That's some UK shit.
No, we from the Horn. We from the Horn.
What's up, man? Hey, but I like the conversation, man. I'm gonna keep listening, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to the Carnivorous Podcast, man. We doing it the best.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts.
Try media in the building too. No doubt.
And look, and if they feel frog is jump, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna have me some frog legs.
Frog legs. It's frog. Frog. We put the ugh like it's crazy. So hold on. So where y'all from? Y'all don't have laziness in y'all speech where y'all would like I said, we put MUVA in places where THER go. Like that's crazy. Like instead of mother, we say mother.
Yeah, that's an East Coast thing, right? Mother, your mother, right? You know what I mean?
Oh, it is. I thought that was just a Baltimore thing.
No, that's an East Coast thing. You New York niggas say that shit too.
I don't know. They but now mother. That's your mother. They sound.
You know what I mean? Shit like that. But then in the Midwest, like we want to cut words off, like so. Instead of saying like you know how you would say like that, I don't like that, or I don't like that. We'll say like I don't like that. You know what I mean? Like,
y'all say like at. Y'all don't put the T. Y'all don't put the T on there.
Yeah. So we cut words off like that. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
We fuck words up in the middle and at the end, and y'all take off the front of words. Okay, I got you.
And when like in Geechee, like we would say, instead of saying I don't even mean that, we'll say I don't even mean that.
I don't even mean that.
Too, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how we would say it.
I don't even mean that.
We just blend all that shit
instead
together.
Of saying I'm going to 7-Eleven, a lot of niggas out here say I'm going to say Melle Mel instead of
Elam. Sam Lam.
Yeah, that's definitely some East. Yeah, we don't say that shit.
Sam Lam.
No, we do got the Shri for tree. All Shri up.
All Shri up.
Like the street, like some niggas be like street. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we say street. Yeah, we say street.
They out there fighting in the middle of the street.
Straight up. Oh God, it's that.
Dang. Yeah, we got that whole, you know what I mean? We just got flavor to our, you know what I mean, to how we English. That's all that is. You know what I mean?
Folks got their own flavor, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we all put our little flavor on that motherfucker. Hell yeah, let me see what we got. I'm waiting for Reggie.
Hey, go peace to y'all, man. Hey, I gotta do a show, man. We gotta do a show later on. Yeah. I got Monday and Tuesday off. Monday and Tuesday, I'm not working.
All right, well we going hard Monday and Tuesday. Ain't that President Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King birthday coming up. You know?
Oh yeah, we do it, man. We can run the whole day. You know what I mean? Martin Luther King.
We need to dedicate a whole day to
MLK. You feel me?
24 hours. I might tap in for that. We split that mug up. I tap in.
Hell yeah.
Do a goddamn MLK show.
All right, Corey.
He's got a new Mac. coming out. Plus, the Call of Duty got a new map coming out.
Okay, they got an MLK map.
Man, much love, man.
All right, my G.
Yeah. He got some Egypt shit in the new map.
They got Egypt shit in the new map? Oh, shit. Even Call of Duty Egyptomaniacs now, y'all. That shit contagious.
I'm running.
So it's going to be tight, though, but peace to y'all, man. Much love.
All right, Corey.
All right, bro.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Chef. How you feel about Melle Mel backtracking on the it ain't a black or white thing. It's a
Bronx thing. These New York niggas is right. These niggas is crazy, man.
They done took race out.
Yeah, we gonna have to block New York off from the rest of America.
Yeah.
It's time to put a wall up around New York, yo. But for that crazy shit start to spread, yo. Listen, black people, the rest of y'all in America, is nothing wrong with y'all. It's them niggas. You feel me? It's that Brooklyn Bridge or something is fucking with them, yo. These motherfuckers done lost their motherfucking mind, yo.
Yeah, you done came with against Fat Joe and Lord Jamal. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all are wrong. It's a Bronx thing. Forgetting about who was doing it, that shit crazy. That nigga's crazy.
Yeah, yo said
Is he lying?
Bronx.
Is he lying though? Is he lying?
Yeah, but we don't. That's like saying, right. But that's like giving credit to any invention and taking away from the people and putting it on the state.
Right.
Like blues ain't a so-and-so thing. It's a Virginia thing. Like,
right.
Yeah, he's identifying the location, but I think he would have to highlight the actual demographics of that people.
Otherwise, there's no African American history. It'd just be state history.
It'd be state history, right? That shit crazy.
Yeah, that nigga wild with that one. I guess he was trying to find a way to be political, keep everybody together.
He tried to give Joe a lifeline a little bit. I mean, it's probably his man's.
Yeah, he said Joe could say nigga and all. He nuts. Old nigga. That's why he got knocked out.
The match that y'all posted, that nigga got pieced.
Did he? Willie D knocked
I didn't know
this
Willie D.
dumbass.
That nigga Willie D was throwing hands. I'm like, hold on.
You know, Willie used to be a boxer. He used to be a boxer.
Yeah, that's before my era. I'm like, hold on, this was
Willie
the original celebrity boxing match.
That's what it take. It take a down south nigga to tune one of these crazy niggas up.
Thinking the nnigga slow. That nigga tune knock your ass out.
Yeah, that motherfucking Texas nigga put him in this right state of mind. You feel? Because he was in that New York state of mind. Yeah, I mean,
so wait, what was the beef he had with Eminem?
I don't know.
What was that about?
Oh, you talking about Melle Mel?
Yeah, saying Eminem wasn't hip hop or some shit. Or what?
He was trying to get at Eminem because there was talks about him being in the top 5. So they're basically saying that he was, you know what I'm saying, that he was black. He was trying to exclude him. Then he went and double back on it. He made a diss record that was trash. I don't know why these old niggas keep trying to get out there and come back with these records. And then he got slammed for that shit and he backtracked on it.
Man, this nigga was rapping in the 70s. Like, so.
You'll do the same thing. If you saw all the clout out here, you missed the internet era, you'll do the same shit. I can't even knock him. These old heads want some clout.
I guess he's trying to get, I guess, he definitely clout chasing.
But you know what's fucked up about us, though, is that niggas was supposed to support, yo. You feel me? Like, I hate it when, you know, like, yo, if he did that, like, yo, black people, we don't support each other, yo. Like, niggas just let yo get, you know what I mean? Like, if the support would have been there, because the internet creates its own buzz, yo. The internet tells you who win a battle, yo. Like, you can have the best lyrics and everything. If the internet go with the other person, it's just, it don't matter. So it's not even like yo was actually that whack or whatever, because the internet could have swayed the shit. But they did, it was just fuck that old nigga. You feel me? and just let yo, and that's crazy to me, yo.
Imagine what's up, Kyle? Him, right? I saw a dialogue he was having with DJ Academics a while ago. Imagine if you, what's his name, Melle Mel, you see a person who's like, you know, Academics, he's an immigrant. You know, he's somebody who came to the party late, but he made millions off of hip hop.
Imagine Melle Mel.
man, that nigga probably fuming. He like, man,
you know, Melle
like,
Mel is like academics though.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, he's an immigrant too, right?
Yeah. What they call a tether? Right, Chef? Tether.
Hey, y'all got to stop calling African Americans tethers, man.
That shit is hilarious to me. I can't wait. We want to tether. Shit is awesome. Call nigga tether.
Niggas just using tether for anything. I'm like, damn, just because you African American and you disagree with Tariq, you a tether. Like, damn.
Yeah, I just found out what it meant like 2-3 weeks ago.
Nigga, I thought that shit came from that Jordan Peele movie. I'm like, I ain't never heard that shit used outside of that. The little doppelganger. What's that movie with Lupita? That's what I thought it was.
Hey, you know our perception, our internet chooses everything, because you know how that damn, like they said in the chat, like LaMelo Ball brother made that song. I might bend every corner.
Oh yeah, that's a hit. That's a hit.
Oh man, that shit like Cash Money back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Everybody loving that shit.
Manny Fresh. Yeah, I like that shit. Yup. That shit fire.
Yeah.
LaVar Ball 3 for 3.
Yeah. Now if Cash Money would have tried that, it'd been like, man, get that shit.
Old shit out of here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think they said he got a $13 million deal for some shit.
Yeah. Nah, but you know what I'm saying? So it's crazy how the girl said. Like I said,
who, LaMelo Ball a rapper now?
Nah, the middle brother, one, Jello.
Jello.
Or the one who didn't make it in the NBA.
Yeah, he played the G League and shit. Yeah. He got like a record deal and shit.
Oh, damn, you know that's what's up.
Yeah, like he happened to be in a car with a big time streamer. And dude was like, you got any rap? He's like, shit. He's like, let me hear it. He was like, all right, bro, when they finished. And he played it, and the shit went viral.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Just like that. You know what I'm saying? Boom. He got a record deal.
Damn.
Yeah.
Less than a week, you got motherfuckers in every NBA, NFL locker room after every win. They playing that shit, recording it on. So it's like that shit took off.
Yeah. Straight to the deal and shit. So it's just crazy.
Here we go. Hold on. Let me get my man Psycho in here. He about to tell y'all why this shit is Brooklyn. Hold on.
No, Psycho ain't rocking them tethers.
And them tethers. Hold on. Let me get you in here, Psycho. Hold on, Psycho. Let me clear your mic. Let me get this up in here. Melle Mel, a wild dude, though. I ain't even understand what the fuck he was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I ain't even understand that shit.
Yeah, they lose respect for everybody. Like, lost respect for Melle Mel.
Man, FBA, listen, FBA ain't playing with nobody. You feel me?
Yeah, he done hurt his goddamn legacy. At the end of his shit, nigga hurt his legacy. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Psycho, what up?
Peace. What's good?
Chilling. Struggling. What's the move?
I'm just here, y'all attack the East Coast, just listening, you know.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta put them niggas in check, Psycho.
Yeah, y'all gotta correct these old niggas. They losing it out here. Yeah, man, he sound like Reggie. Reggie said hip hop is, what did he say? He said not the Bronx. He said his project building. What the fuck was the name of his project building?
You talk about over there, but I don't know about what he's about by Bronx River.
It was some project building he grew up in.
Reggie said.
I can't remember where in the Bronx he grew up at. Yeah, somewhere in the Bronx. I know he's from the Bronx though. That
shit gonna get the Cool Herc apartment. Y'all gonna keep on till it's just gonna be Cool Herc apartment. If you wasn't in Cool Herc bedrooms, it ain't him.
No, but I blame this FBA stuff though. Like this whole thing done turned into a whole chicken and the egg argument, where it's kind of ridiculous. Because that's why I said I just kept it. You know, black people created hip hop out here in well, you know, specifically the South Bronx, and just kept it at that. But the FBAs wanted to try to isolate other black people from other black people. Like, no, it was Black Americans, not those Caribbeans. They trying to say it's the Caribbeans. They trying to say it's Cool Herc. They trying to say it's Grandmaster Flash. They trying to give all the credit to Caribbeans and take it away from FBAs. And that became a big issue for absolutely no reason. But that became a huge issue. And then it started turning this chicken and egg thing. Then it started turning into this whole well, hip hop didn't start in the Bronx. It started out. I heard people saying it started out in Brooklyn. Then I heard people saying it didn't start out. It started in Philly. Then I heard people saying it started out in the South. And then this, that, third. So now you started. Now what you starting to hear now is people up here clapping back like, no, actually, damn all that. This is this area's culture and this, that, and the third. So now this is a reverse affect from people saying hip hop started in the 30s because somebody did a backspin on a black and white movie or something like that. Like this is all like repercussions from all that. That's why I said this whole thing really getting really silly.
Yeah, nigga, Sunjob said foundational Brooklyn Americans.
FBA is foundational Brooklyn Americans.
Brooklyn
I like
America
that.
with the hip hop.
Hell yeah, that's what it is. I like that. I like that. Damn, I got so subby. Hey, Brass, where you at? Is Brass up
in
here?
the building? In the building, I don't see him. Psycho, Freddy.
I don't know what the fuck happened. Let me see. Psycho. Nah, I don't know what happened. He was up.
I'm here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you take a shot at the East Coast, he can pull up. 3 shots.
Oh yeah, you know that Ohio Jersey nigga is rabid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We gotta get that Logic conversation. That's a whole show.
Oh yeah, what Logic I said? What the fuck?
We gotta get the misconceptions of Logic. Well, when we took that shit. We took you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, he said that they gave us civil rights. Like I'm like, bro, niggas put dogs on us.
It was collaborative. We did it with this was collaborative.
Yeah. Where Logic at? Logic, where you at? Brass, where you at? No, but that whole hip hop joint, I don't know. Them FBAs is still going hard with that. You know, so I don't know where that's going to end at. But I do see how I feel like rappers are compromised a little bit. You feel me? Especially New York rappers. I feel as though they're compromised because they have relationships with the Latino community and they don't want to alienate them. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like,
I mean, it's just like people like myself, right? Like I'm very anal about history and everything else, and just making sure the history is told right, right, correctly, right. And if the history says that Puerto Ricans were around, again, they didn't create it. Let me put that out there so nobody comes up here tripping in their mind. but if people want to write history correctly and say they actually was there and they was partaking in this black culture, I mean, like, that's just giving the correct history. You know, that's just, telling what actually happened. You know, it was, again, this wasn't even all the Puerto Ricans in totality, because it wasn't like all the Puerto Ricans collectively was partaking in hip hop. No, it was just the ones that was in proximity with black people, right? Because you had whole Spanish sections of certain areas, certain boroughs or whatever that wasn't, you ain't see no hip hop at. Like the only Puerto Ricans you saw that was partaking in hip hop were the ones that probably lived in the black community, or or hung out with new black people in school and maybe hung out with whatever. Like it took a long time for Puerto Ricans to really, like, as a collective, to embrace hip hop.
Yeah, I think you right on point. I think that's the point that was actually the point that was made. You feel me?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah. I like I said, all the arguments wasn't bad. It started getting stupid after a while, but like I agree with FBA's premise as far as it started with Black Americans. I agree with their premise. I think they're making too big of a deal out of it, because historically that's what everything says. Everything says that it started with Black Americans out in the South Bronx. Like, you go look up anywhere in history, like, we are not being rewritten out of history. That's why I call it a fake outrage. Like, even if you go look at the origins of rock and roll, look at the origins of rock and roll. See what ChatGPT tell you. It's going to tell you African Americans.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to tell you. Like, it's not like people make it seem like we got rewritten out of history of rock and roll. No, we didn't. Like, it's right there in the history book. Just look. Like, so no, we're not being rewritten out of history. It's kind of like it's just a a rallying call to try to drum up emotions out of Black Americans and make it seem like we under some fake attack that ain't even really there.
So, but when what's the name said, so don't Fat Joe definitely said that Puerto Ricans and blacks started at 50-50. That's not fake outrage, Psycho.
Well,
right now, not only him. Hold on, not only him. Other Puerto Ricans, up there. The dude, Dr. Cologne, did a whole documentary, and he's writing a book on it. You dig what I'm saying? Talking about the say that
talking about what? Talking about their participation or the
creation. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? He goes around arguing what motherfuckers trying to prove this shit. Right? And he's a doctor, ain't he? Ain't he? Dr. Cologne. He's a historian. You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's been confirmed that he has a doctorate, but he calls himself. He might do though, but I don't know if it's been confirmed.
Yeah. I don't know nothing about his book. I'll look into it. I know everybody's going crazy about Fat Joe, but I don't know about this doctor y'all talking about, so I'll look into it. I can't speak on him.
Yeah, so well, I'm saying that it's not. Now the response might be over the top, but it don't come from it. Black people ain't pulling it out their ass. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Like as far as Fat Joe goes, like I said, Fat Joe, he just want to be included. He just want to be down. Like I like he's wrong. Debunk him real quick. Like Fat Joe's opinion on this matter really don't hold a whole lot of weight, truth be told. That's why, to be honest with you, this whole FBA backlash, this is the most relevant Fat Joe's ever been in the Black community. The most relevant he has ever been in the Black community is because of all his unfounded opinion about Puerto Ricans being 50-50 in hip hop, which again, I don't agree with. I understand how he could feel that way, but it's not accurate historically. But I understand how he could feel that way because when he was coming up, he saw Puerto Ricans and Black people together, doing at least in his school. Because he ain't go. I think he went to a Black school. He ain't go to a all Latino school. So I can understand how he feel that way, but that's just not historically accurate.
And he probably touching elbows with everybody too. Coming up, he feel like I was there. He was touching elbows with everybody for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody in the biz locked in with Fat Joe to a degree. You know what I'm saying? But look, sit down, smooth it over, and lock back in.
But Psycho, do you think once you get new information that you got all right? So once you get new information and you still stubbornly maintaining your position, to me,
what's my position?
That could be construed as a hostile act. Like me, for example, right? I'm Jamaican, right?
What's my position? I just want to make sure you know what my position is.
No. I'm saying Fat Joe's position.
Okay, Joe. Okay, go.
Yeah. So if because what you said is completely plausible. That what I'm saying, he coming up in the projects, he going to a Black school. Him and these Black folks are participating in the same culture, and so from his frame of reference, it is a melting pot, like a gumbo 50-50 deal, right? But once you have people who was from that era, show you the documentation and what I'm saying, and like me, for example, right? I'm Jamaican, right? When I used to read a Source magazine, right? I learned that Kool Herc started hip hop and it came from Jamaican roots. If you go on Google and you put how the hip hop started or whatever, that's what you're gonna get. Like that's literally the consensus. But because I like history and I just like researching stuff, once I did the knowledge and I realized that wasn't the case, now I got a responsibility to say, nah, I was mistaken. That ain't what it was. If I keep maintaining the same position, now I'm being hostile.
Well, no, you just got a different view of history. I mean, like, again, his opinion don't hold that much weight. Like it's a lot of people that have opinions that aren't necessarily historically accurate. People ain't losing their minds over it. I mean, you push out he makes a claim, you debunk the claim, and then and that's just that. Like I don't think it's that people should be focused on this for 2 years. Like it's been years. Like Fat Joe didn't just start saying this. Fat Joe, like this outrageous Fat Joe been going on since the pandemic was up. Because that's when he first, I think, started making these claims, and that's when people really started losing their minds. But and again, I don't even think it's that important because Fat Joe's opinion ain't that important. Fat Joe's a known liar. Fat Joe's lied about a whole bunch of things. Like so he's not even that credible. They are people that had said certain things that I thought was problematic. Fat Joe wasn't one of them because again, his opinion just don't hold as much weight to me. Like he's an artist and all that, but nobody like, he don't have no major people co-signing this. Like so, yeah. It's the what KRS-One of the world. That's the problem. Like KRS-One saying it, and people didn't have nearly as much outrage with KRS-One. He's the one everybody should be on crazy about, right? Because he's the black dude from that era, from that area that was pretty much keeping a lot of the history together. Like he had the whole hip hop museum going on. But before anybody cared about the history of hip hop, KRS-One was opening up the hip hop museum. Temple of Hip Hop out in the Bronx, and it was actually struggling for money some years back. And I was trying to help them raise money to keep the history and the museum going, and nobody seemed to care back then. Nobody cared until Fat Joe said it was 50-50, and then all of a sudden everybody cared about hip hop history. But but him being a quote unquote one of the gatekeepers of the history of hip hop, like just keeping everything intact, making sure everybody knows what happened and where it was from. And he's been doing this since the 80s too. KRS been trying to keep the history of hip hop since the 80s. And you go back and listen to his 1980s album, that's all he talked about he was talking about old school back in the 80s. So like, and everything else, that was his thing. Talking about the origins and everything else. Him, Just Ice got a song called Going Way, Way Back, where he discussed a lot of the origins of hip hop and everything else in the early days and everything else, talking about all the old people that people are now just learning names. This is, like I said, so this ain't nothing new as far as like trying to keep the history of hip hop intact. It's just now everybody seems to care now when it seemed like nobody really cared before. And now everybody's just ultra pissed off about a claim from a Puerto Rican that's trying to include Puerto Ricans in the creation because Puerto Ricans were around at the time. He can view it that way, but it's just not historically accurate because he can't show anything out the elements that Puerto Ricans created in that time span, in that frame of reference. Like I ain't even talking about going back to the 30s and all the other nonsense. I'm talking about right there in that frame of reference. What element did they create? Because all they did was saw what black people were doing and started doing it themselves. That's all they did. Now they, like I said, they partook. And he's mistaken participation with creation. And these are two different things.
So he just got a different frame of reference. You know why it's such a big deal now? And this is where I diverge from all the online, excitement lately, is one particular individual who's super polarizing, who's managed to, signal boost this whole discussion. And his motives are selfish, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know if you remember talking to me, but I expressed my views, like as far as that individual is concerned, yeah, he's doing a lot of hyping up, and a lot of the people online, they're just using this for something to, beat their chest about. So I actually agree with you.
Yeah, like I'm all about protecting the history of the culture. I've been fighting for that for a long time. So yeah, so I'm all about that, and I get it. If y'all don't, people don't want to feel like our culture is getting snatched from up under us right before our eyes, and I understand that, but I don't think that's going to happen with hip hop. Like I said, if they couldn't do it with rock and roll historically, they definitely not going to be able to do it with hip hop when we in this information era and hip hop is only 50 years old. And they was unable to do it with rock and roll and other genres and jazz. They was unable to write us out of history with jazz too. Like all major genres of music, for the most part, all stems from Black culture. We all just left those genres of music alone. But historically, we never got written out. It's always been historically. You go look at the origins of all these genres of music. It's all going to date back to African American culture, probably spirituals, the gospel, and some kind of rhythm, R&B, blues, jazz.
That's crazy. That's a good ass point. Did anybody see Tariq Nasheed's microphone check?
I haven't seen it yet, but so many people come at me with these Tariq Nasheed documentary talking points. I feel like I watched it, but no, I never seen
it. Anybody else?
Nah, I haven't.
I haven't seen it neither. Nah.
Wow. I would.
See what?
The microphone check. Tariq Nasheed.
Oh hell no.
You said, "Oh hell no."
Nah, I don't trust her, boy. I don't trust her. Know what I'm saying?
Hey, Sosa. hey, Chef. Is one particular member of our community who is super FBA'd out right now, and I'm
biased. Where you at?
I'm flabbergasted, bro.
Yeah,
because I don't know what's going on right now.
I've been tuning in to the past couple of episodes, and
I gotta pull up on him.
I'm disappointed in the alienation, bro.
What are you doing, Haskell? You know,
the man calling me. The man calling me all kind of tethers. He's telling me about how
Yo, we used to be all locked in. Difference or indifference. We was all locked in, man, for a minute, bro.
I know about the locked in because y'all gave me hell about not subscribing to germ theory and all of that. But so I'm known.
Still always invited to the cookout, bro.
But right. I've always been known as a contrarian, but this I could have never saw this coming. Like, you see how the way you responded to Tariq having the microphone check? I figured that's how what's the name would be, because back in the day he used to go in on Tariq. Exactly. Now the nigga using every jargon the nigga uses: delineation, stay on code.
That's how you know that's how you know this is a church. Because they all use the same exact talking points. And the word, by the way, I heard y'all talking about the word tether. The word tether just means I don't agree with you. That's all it means now. It has no real meaning to it. It just means I don't agree with you.
They don't even know how to use this shit right.
Hey, so you ever watch one of the movies, right, where a person becomes inculcated or they get conscripted into a cult, right?
Yeah.
And then somebody would be telling them like, yo, don't you see that he's tricking you? He's manipulating you.
Mm-hmm.
Look what happened over here when he did this and that.
Yeah, they can't.
And then
the
person look at, and then they'll say, "He said you would say that." Yo, that shit is literally happening in real time, bro. Like,
I gotta check on Michael Spitty was saying. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go check it.
He going in on Garvey. He's saying he not gonna eat no more jerk chicken. I'm like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is over the top. This is what I mean. Like it's the FBA, and my main issue with FBA. Well, I ain't gonna say it's my main. One of my issues with FBA is a big on the list, but it's not about showing pride to Black American culture. It's about tearing everybody else down, right? Like it's like most of these people aren't that. Like, ask these FBA people about Black American history, they don't know none of it. If it wasn't on a Tariq Nasheed documentary, they don't know. They ignorant. They don't know Black American history for nothing, but they making it seem like it's all about lineage and being prideful of your lineage, and then y'all should know a few things. Like, but again, if it ain't on a Tariq Nasheed documentary on Hidden Colors, but they can't go to 1804. They can't even watch half of Hidden Colors anymore because now it's all about FBA. So now they got to go to the hip hop documentary. So that's why they stuck on hip hop. Because that's the only.
Yeah, Tariq was always good at roasting. That was his thing.
Yeah.
So like he took
He's
the
charismatic.
FBA. Yeah, he took the FBA thing as a means to roast people. And that's kind of what it is. He's building his views up because he's not really trying to seriously do anything political or push policy.
No,
it's just to get views and shit. You feel me?
Let me show you how slick the dude is. Because technically, you can never classify Tariq Nasheed as a scammer by the strict definition of the word. Because he's not. If I can convince you to finance my undertakings, like literally every project. If I call myself a producer, right, and I say, hey, give me $100,000 and I'm gonna produce this movie, and then you give me the money and I produce the movie.
He's giving you a product. He's giving you a product.
I'm not a scammer.
Hey Haskell, you know the escape he say though. He says, "I'm not the leader, but you know the play."
I was just about to go to that, Fetty. That's what That's why I say the nigga is a mastermind.
It's a great business model, because no matter if you agree with him, people still use that term, and automatically he's like the brand ambassador, especially that it's on the internet. So it's like, dude, even if he says I'm not the leader,
he owns the copyright to the word the term FBA.
Right, and that's my issue with people that are screaming FBA and want to separate themselves from Tariq Nasheed.
You can't
do it. So stop telling me I don't care what Tariq Nasheed said. No, it's important because that is y'all de facto leader.
So I'm a FBA. So y'all got one in the building.
You are FBA in terms of you FBA in terms of how you translate that definition.
Right. The same way, right? The same way that click the link because I need you for this. Because I know you disagree. And Unc will tell you in the same breath, right, that he disagree with Dr. Ben, but it still points that he agree with him on. He just don't throw him completely out, because if you make a salient point that I can agree with, why can't I agree? Why do I gotta accept every crazy? It's points that I agree with Farrakhan on. Does that mean I'm an Asiatic black man? No. But I can acknowledge when the motherfucker make a point and say, yo, I agree with him on this
you could
point.
Agree with that, Chef. But it's like, no, but if you say, look, I'm NOI, Chef, the shit that go would be NOI. Like, so it's different if you say I agree with some point.
That's a good point.
I am a member of
ideology.
That's a good point.
And like Pan-Africanism, right? You would fall under Pan-Africanism by definition, but everybody does. A matter of fact, I would argue most black people fall under Pan-Africanism by definition if you go look and see what Pan-Africanism really is stating. Right. But everybody don't claim Pan-African, right? Everybody don't claim that label. Everybody don't want that tag. Right, so that's my thing. Like, even though
both of y'all just made good ass points.
FBA don't mean you have to accept the label.
Yeah, so but I accept the label on the strength that I'm not an immigrant. I'm ADOS. I'm an American descendant of slavery. I'm what would be considered foundational Black American. And if that's the definition given, then I can say, yeah, I'm that. I'm not saying I'm an abo. I'm not saying I disagree with motherfucking Cuban black people and Jamaican black people and Puerto Rican black people. I'm not saying all of that. You feel me? But I am saying that ethnically I'm not them. And a good point that somebody made is trying to pigeonhole Black Americans to African American is kind of crazy, because if we have the same ancestral lineage as Cubans and Dominicans and Jamaicans, why Jamaicans don't say I'm African Jamaican? You dig what I'm saying? Or the Cubans don't say I'm African Cuban. Why do black people, if y'all can just say y'all are Jamaican, y'all don't accept us saying that we are just American. You dig what I'm saying? But we accept y'all as being just Jamaican. We accept y'all as being just Puerto Rican or just Cuban. You dig what I'm saying? But we gotta put the African. If we don't put the African on our shit, we some type of coons. Yeah, we some type of coons. You know what I mean?
Nah, but Chef, they do that.
Let me push back a little bit, Chef, because they do have titles like Jamaican Americans. They do have like Japanese American. No,
that's because you're coming over.
American. That's because that was the whole purpose. That was the whole premise behind Jesse and them attaching to the whole African American title, was to try to make us more like these other groups at the time that was identifying as Chinese American or whatever the case may be. Now, being that we don't know exactly what country we come from, they decided
but that's different. That's like me going to Jamaica. I'll be an American Jamaican. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So they're coming over, they be Jamaican American stuff, but it's not like an African American. Like, African American is our, like, we're not Americans, we're African Americans. We can't just say we're Americans. We got to say African American. Right? Because, like if we walked around with the red, white, and blue flag, he'd be like, y'all niggas tripping. Like, what are y'all doing? You know? Like,
but that's because look, Sosa, they do that to certain black people in Latin America. So, like, there are black people who are in Cuba and Dominican Republic who identify as Afro-Cuban,
right,
or Afro.
But y'all rock y'all flag though. Like, let's say y'all call what y'all rock y'all Jamaican flag, right?
Yes,
or Haitian flag. But if we rock our American flag, it's like, nigga, we look like sellouts, dudes.
Right.
Right, because you and I well know that for the vast majority of your history, you weren't a citizen of this country. Like,
Neither were you a citizen of Jamaica.
Right. When did y'all get citizen? When did y'all get y'all British citizenship? Fuck is you saying?
Right, so look, listen to what I'm saying. America was... No, I was about to quit. Listen, I'm not trying to verify or co-sign people who look at a black American who dons the American flag and say, I'm American. I'm not co-signing that. I'm just merely shedding light on why people would possibly, because there are black Americans who will look at another black American who's super American flagged out as a coon too.
Yeah, that's why we don't like American Dream.
Right. And that nigga is
Caribbean. He a whole FBA Caribbean. That's weird.
He dedicated.
FBA Jamaican.
He's dedicated, man.
He MAGA. That nigga MAGA.
That nigga crazy.
Hey, yo, he got his own channel too, man. He be going there.
I know. I'm subscribed. That's my guy. Yo's a MAGA Jamaican. That's crazy.
Insane.
That's my guy, though.
Hey, we got a lot of issues, bro.
We do.
It's not just black Americans. Black people, the people who are termed as black, pretty much all over the world. Like, we are like, this shit crazy. Like, we are fucked up, man.
And Haskell, right? When we talking about political movements, does it make sense for a marginalized group already, for a radical group like FBA to alienate themselves from possible allies? Like, I think they look at immigrants and all of that as a monolith in a way, versus they don't realize you attracting what you already looking for. I'm sure there are immigrants who disagree with other Africans who go against, a lot of African Americans. So it's like, I think they falling for the emotional trick of just falling into a mindset of where you just alienating yourself. And in this society now where there's so much diversity and all that, when you do that, you kind of killing your own self. So I'm looking at FBA like, man, if this is the highest bar that represents us politically and what we need to do as far as reparations, man, we are fucked right now. Like, we gotta do some internal, looking at our own culture, seeing exactly shit we gotta throw away, and just create not even a new code, because I know all black people ain't gonna move off one code, but it's like, damn, we gotta see something shake at least. You feel me?
My thing is, why do we always, and this is not, it's just, I'm just throwing this out here. Why do it seem like we always have to seek allegiance with other people? Like, it's always, we gotta somehow tuck our tail.
Not allegiance. I think that was the wrong word. Not allegiance, but having diplomacy. Diplomacy, that's the word.
But I think on the ground,
we gotta sacrifice. We got to sacrifice in ways others may not.
Yeah, and that's crazy. Like, don't nobody else have to. I'm talking about far as black people, right? Because before this argument, I didn't consider Jamaicans and them not African American. Like that. This is
really,
this is a new
that's crazy
endeavor for me. You feel me? This is a new endeavor for me. I always seen Jamaicans as being African American. They was just motherfucking got funny accent, like they from further down south or something.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I hated when Jamaicans said that. African American. I was like, oh, you're not African American.
Yeah. So when they said, but because if you grow up close to Jamaicans, right, they show you, you know what I mean, their differences, right? We always talk about how they dress. You dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Cars that they
Shirt
drive.
with the holes in it.
Yeah, all that shit. Like when they go full Jamaican, like nigga. That's, that's full Jamaican. You know what I mean? Like
full Jamaican.
That's full Jamaican. You know?
You say it becomes very apparent, huh?
Yeah. You dig what I'm saying? But when you grow up around them, right? Starting out is not like that. You feel me? When they grow up and they get in their later 20s, that's when they start exuding. Man, I'm a really, you know what I mean? Put my shit on it. You dig what I'm saying? That's when their pride come out. But early on, right, when they're going to school and stuff, they're trying to, they're being exactly like everybody else. You dig what I'm saying? So you really
Westernized. They become a Westernized.
Yeah, and they trying to fit in. They don't want to be separate. You feel me? Even the Africans, we got a lot of Africans here. They grow up with us, right? They boom, boom, boom. But when they get older, that's when you start seeing they not wearing socks no more. You dig what I'm saying? Shit like that. It just start changing. You're like, oh, you're Nigerian.
I don't know,
you feel me?
Africans I know with his kids, they still regular black people. I know the type of people you talking about. Like, you know,
we're trying to go to the club.
And we're trying to go to that club. Yeah, they ain't turned into those people.
When it's time to go out to that club, and they put that muscle sleeve
shirt
on, that at the arm, bro, you like, okay, you got a different whole steez.
Exactly. they definitely know how to. Even the Latin blacks, we got a lot of Dominicans. You dig what I'm saying? Like, yo, they will switch up. You feel me? Like, yo, you think they regular black dude until they get around their own, or you go into a Dominican barbershop and that nigga starts speaking Spanish, you be like, yo, I ain't know you. You feel me?
Hey, but look, Chef. All right, how long Irish Americans been in the country? Right, since what, like the mid 19th century?
Yeah,
something like that.
Possibly.
Whatever it is, right?
1980, somewhere in there. Go ahead. You got the foot.
Right. So they got multiple generations in this country, and the white people here actually put it in law to where they try to assimilate these people by like legislation. Like, yo, like don't speak that language. Like German wasn't allowed to be spoken in like schools and shit. Like, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But to this day, there's such a thing as as St. Patty's Day, where they celebrate their Irish heritage, and you be like, damn, I thought you was a regular cracker. Like, you all super proud, and you feel me? Same thing with the Italians, right? They'll tell you all the time. They've been here like 5-6 generations, talking about the mother country and the, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think white Americans, outside of like the really, really strident, super Tea Party, you know what I'm saying? Because conservatives look at them waving their flags around or eating their linguine or whatever.
You racist shit.
Jesus Christ. I'm trying to.
But I don't think most white Americans see like a Irish dude waving the Irish flag or whatever, and look at that as, oh, they trying to separate themselves from me or try to act like they better than me.
Right.
Nah. And I've never been one of them Jamaicans who have my flag in the. I always thought that shit was corny as fuck. Like, I know I'm Jamaican. My family know I'm Jamaican. I don't need a Jamaican bandana.
I like that shit though. I thought that shit was dope.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with that.
I love seeing Haitian niggas with that shit.
People embracing their culture or whatever. I'm gonna embrace
mine. I was mad.
I'm gonna embrace mine.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
But listen, if you get with a sister, right, and you get in the car and she got that Jamaican flag, you do feel like, okay, we different though. No, my baby mama Jamaican.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
outside of culture,
there's two different black folks in the car together. You know what I'm saying?
Outside of culture, y'all the same though. Like you didn't look at it like now you looking at different.
But culture is everything. Culture is everything, bro. Culture is
everything. I disagree. I don't think it's everything.
No, because here Jamaicans are just black people. They African American. We don't separate them
if I
on
put down that red beans and rice in front of you, you could be like, oh, some people could be like, I don't want that shit. You know what I'm saying? Or I try to give you some ackee salt fish for breakfast.
Yeah, but see, hold on. We see this is the thing. Big Jamaican community. Culture. We didn't know how Jamaicans really felt about. Now you all will crack on each other as kids, make cultural jokes about, you know what I mean, with your family, eat this, that, and the third. Growing up Muslim, they did that to me. Y'all eat lamb. You know what I mean? It'll be a lamb joke, or you dig what I'm saying? Now when they get older, black people love lamb. I used to get cracked on for eating fucking lamb. You dig what I'm saying? Now, black men, once they get older and they go to a restaurant, and lamb good as a motherfucker, right? Now everybody want lamb chops. You will hear cultural things. So those things don't bar none of that. I'm saying now when you go to the international clubs, right? In an international club, when the African Americans come in those black international clubs, those motherfuckers huddle together like the goddamn Ethiopians, the Jamaicans, the black Q, all of them look at African Americans like, look at them, like, you know what I mean? Like, this us doing our thing being international black people or immigrant black people, and here these African Americans with their fucked up bull. Like, when y'all get around other immigrants, yeah, y'all show that y'all not like us. That's what I'm saying, Haskell.
Really? Culturally, they not like us.
Yeah, but they ain't like the Ethiopian. But they not like the Ethiopian. But look, they not like the Ethiopian either. So why make the African American feel that if we all black? Why do all immigrants, when they get together, black immigrants, try to make the African American feel alienated? That's
because they don't like our culture.
Right. That's good point. Good point. What is it that make them all turn against us?
Yes, we culturally different.
Culture is decided.
But they're different from each other also. So why do all of them gang up? Why do all immigrants gang up to talk shit about African Americans?
Because we look at it as we got the colonizer thing attached. Like, what colonized black people? Like, it is what it is. That's how.
Look, I'm gonna be completely candid with you, Chef, because this exists in my culture, right? I think the reason why. And you're absolutely right, because in a lot of ways, a Jamaican or a Bajan or some other diasporan black, they'll be received a little bit differently in West Africa than an African American, right? Diasporan blacks, there is a sentiment, right? There is a general sentiment where African Americans are looked at as being privileged. Right? Yeah. So because in a lot of ways,
horrible.
Yeah, but you know what? This is one thing I will say about the whole ADOS and FBA conversation.
We got our asses beat over this bitch, and y'all got the.
Nah, but look, because look,
we about to celebrate MLK. That we got to home. Go
ahead. You gotta understand, right? Human beings are short-sighted creatures. Like, when we aggregate in large groups en masse, and that's why I was so disappointed with certain figures in this community, because when you think about the conversations that we have, high-level conversation, right? And you think about the aspirations that we have insofar as our intellectual capacity and understanding things like anthropology, etc., right? I expect that behavior out of the wider group, not people who are learned, right? So yes, there is a sentiment among Jamaicans, among Haitians, among Africans that Black Americans are privileged. Why? Because of your proximity to wealth. They don't understand, and most people aren't going to take the time to actually do some research, to actually do some anthropology, to understand why a people are who they are. That's just not how most people operate. They just see you got Jordan 1s, right? Like me, for example, I didn't have shoes in Jamaica. I had 2 pair of shoes, right? I had sneakers, but that was strictly for like if it's gonna be like like I'm going somewhere, we're having an outing, right? Mm-hmm. And I had my church shoes, and that was for church. Otherwise, I'm on the street barefoot.
What?
Right? Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you don't believe me?
Nah. Y'all be making shit up. Y'all, that's crazy.
Wow.
I think it's just, I don't want to get too far away from what Shep was saying about the club situation. Like, now, okay, there are situations where you could be in a hip hop club or whatever the case may be, and with nothing but quote unquote FBAs all up in there and everything else. And we had these same Africans come up in the club with robes on, sandals, no socks, same type of Africans you was just talking about, this, that, and the third. They in the hip hop, but they came in dressed in African garb. They're gonna get clowned. They're gonna get clowned. People gonna look at them like, what's up with these dudes? What the fuck are they doing here? It's gonna be the same reaction. And
they're not gonna get no FBA hoes.
that's just what it is. It's because they can't, but that's their culture, right? They came in there with and people ain't bobbing with that, so they're gonna be kind of like standoffish, like not wanting to hang around them because they're gonna mess up the girls, like you just mentioned. The girls they don't think they with them, like I ain't with me. You know what I mean? So like this
go
both
happens. Ways.
Yeah.
It go both ways.
Exactly.
And that's why Psychopathist, the point that you make about this dude sensationalizing these differences between us is really an evil thing that he's doing. Because again, humans are tribal by nature. Like I done heard Sosa break down how once human beings I forget the exact number that he said, like once human beings get to a certain number in a population, segmentation starts to happen naturally, right? So human beings are naturally tribalistic. You feel me? But for me, for example, like Chef can't believe that I was running around barefooted, right? So a lot of times people who come from those backgrounds, right? A person in Ghana can relate to that. A person in Somalia, well, nah, a lot of them don't even put themselves in the black category. Let me take them out of it. But like, you feel me? Like a person from Ghana or something, they could relate to that. But when they think about the black American, they think about a nigga having 20 pair of sneakers. You know what I'm saying? So they you feel me?
Hey Haskell, you know what I heard some immigrants tell some African Americans before, they don't know or they don't understand how, like they'll ask an African American, well, why does something what a white man says in 2025, like words or racism, why does that offend y'all so much? Like they really do have a hard time understanding the certain plights we went through, and they like, damn, you here with all this opportunity, why y'all not getting to it? But it is that dynamic of a lot of sub-Saharan descendants haven't really died or been swimming in this Western lifestyle like we have. That's the reality. I mean, so they look at us like you said, we got all the shoes, we got, I mean, it's just small shit. Like you got two floors in your house. You know what I mean? It's just small shit that we may not understand.
I see how they could view us that way. Yeah, I as far as like privilege, that's because of economically, we probably the most wealthiest within the diaspora. So I can see how they view it that way. They got a whole lot harder struggle, even though they got their own country. They got a whole lot harder struggles economically than we have.
But you know what comes from that though, is that they think that because we have privilege, sometimes when we fight back or we push back against them, they're like, yo, why are you complaining?
Right.
You got everything. It's like, no, we don't got everything, bro. It's like the fight ain't over.
They pretty much saying, if I had what you had, I shut the fuck up.
Right.
Like, and that shit is so disrespectful.
That's the crazy part.
I don't like that either. Yeah,
they feel as though, nigga, if I had
a perspective, because I never lived in a place like Jamaica.
No, Fetty, think about that.
No, he's right about that. That does happen. He's right about that.
It's extremes on both sides. as far as those argument on those talking points. So
but I would never tell them that the struggle in their country ain't real. You feel me? Like
but I also know a lot of black people that don't maximize their potential. Like
that's Africans don't Africans don't maximize their potential.
I feel you.
So if that nigga got his own country, right? And they can't get what we call get it out the mud. You dig what I'm saying? Most of us wish we had an all black motherfucking Reggie and them wish they had what motherfucking Nigeria got. You dig what I'm saying? They figure nigga wish they had fucking Jamaica.
No, but it don't work. But see, here's
fuck
the thing.
Out of here. We all could wish we had what the other had, but we can't act like our issues are not fucking real. That's the point.
Chef, this is what I'm saying. And that's why I will say that the whole delineation thing, I was with ADOS on it because it needed to be done. Y'all do need to do it. It needed to be said because ADOS, they use the word disaggregation, right? And then Tyreek flipped that shit to delineation. That nigga, man, he's something else. But what happened is, you know how you'll have a so-called friend or you'll think you're friends with somebody, right? You hang out all the time and shit, but you guys have things that you have issues with each other about, but nobody don't never say shit. Motherfucker just go along to get along. Nah. Let's put this shit out on the table because at the end of the day, we know what the greater power is. That's all right. So, for example, when you talk about having your own country, right? Black Americans tried having their own enclaves inside of America, right? And what happened? Right? Like the Tulsa thing just went to court the other day, right? And I'm saying this to say this. The same powers that be that will see a group of black folk build their own thing or own little enclave in America and start to thrive. And then the next thing you know, some trumped up thing comes up saying, this Negro touched me. And next thing you know, 300 black people are dead. And this whole town been burnt down to the ground, right? The same principle applies to these diasporans who have their own thing, right? White folks are never going to sit back and say, oh, they're over there doing their thing. Yeah, man, good for them. No, it's going to be sabotage endlessly.
But listen, I think too, is like we can all agree that we've had, especially as African Americans, we've encountered people who feel like African Americans have everything they need and they should just shut the fuck up. We should have no complaints, right? So the problem is that when somebody else with that mindset, and we relate that message to the public, and we're like, hold on, he's not us. Like, I understand how he feels, but he should not be speaking for African Americans because that guy, even though he looks like me, that's not, you know what I'm saying?
They're short-sighted. Sosa. That's what it is, because most people are short-sighted. They're not seeing the bigger picture of what's going on. So me, for example, when I was always the Jamaican in my group that got clowned for hanging out with the Yankees, right? Oh, you always want to be with them Yankee boy that you want to be American, blah, 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 right? That was me, because very early on, because I'm a bookworm and stuff like that, and I was reading the Malcolm X books and all of that stuff, I understood what the bigger picture was. Most people live in their own bubble.
I feel that.
You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's good that these conversations are happening. It needs to happen, because when niggas be on that bullshit, looking at a nigga got a couple pennies or got a couple Jordan 1s and shit and thinking that means something because they have a car or whatever and we don't have shoes, and so therefore they're in the same struggle that we're in. And niggas need to know that. So the diasporans that's keeping up that bullshit, they need to be called out. They need to be called out. It is disrespectful, like Chef said. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that shit got to get ironed out.
Yeah, because you'd be like, listen, we've been fighting these white folks. Like, we know our white folks. we know what our fight is.
Y'all can't tell us about our white folk. You might can tell us about your white folk. How your white folk, but you can't tell us about our white folk. Fuck that. That's crazy.
We got a history with it.
But don't we do this particular way? Don't we do this cultural separation within FBAs?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what the Boule and all them was all about? The Blue Vein Society, the North versus the South, East versus West. I mean,
that's all gonna happen.
Cultural dynamics going on even within FBA. We didn't even got to talk about Caribbeans or Africans. We can just keep it on here in this country.
Yeah, but we can lock in, even as FBAs, and we can disagree, but we can lock in on totally well whether or not nigga, we here in America African Americans.
Right.
Like we all agree on that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we can lock in on it, but then when it comes to other things, we just split up.
See, but that goes to show you said culture was everything. That goes to prove my point when I said culture.
Because we had the same culture. Even a nigga that screaming elbow, them niggas ain't practicing Native American culture.
Boule don't got the same culture as Pookie on the block.
Nah,
they got two different cultures.
Nah, they eat stew chicken and they listen to rap music. They just got the same culture.
Boule people ain't eat no chicken.
Who is the Boule? Hold on.
They were calling Coakley, Coke. It was not Coke that was speaking out against the Boule. It's like, just go ahead, give him to him, psychopath. Give it a break.
Who is the Boule? W.E.B. Du Bois in them?
Well, W.E.B. Du Bois was Boule. He's official Boule. Like, I was using the term loosely.
And what culture is he?
Yes, he's Boule by definition.
The same culture.
Why? Because he's hold on. Because he's educated. What was his biggest?
No.
So now we're gonna start calling our educated people.
Well, W.E.B. Du Bois Boule because he was Phi Sigma. He was part of fraternity. That's Boule. That's why he's Boule. I was throwing it around loosely though when I said it. But when you mentioned W.E.B. Du Bois,
because I understand. So I'm trying to figure out, you know what I mean, so we can start pointing out what would be considered Boule. After a while.
The upper black echelons that call shots for black people for the most part.
Right. So at this point, it would be you could have called Frederick Douglass Boule.
Exactly.
Once he moved it.
I would have called him Boule. Yes. If I was losing a loose definition, yes.
He's culturally the same.
But does he engender thoughts or espouse rhetoric that basically says that, of elitism, that basically says that I'm better? Because when you talk about talented 10, you're saying that my little group here is superior to the rest of you niggas.
No, hold on. He didn't believe in the superiority of his group. He believed that white America. Hold on. Go ahead, source up. He believed. He believed that white America would accept that group, and that group could pull the rest up with them. So it was like, if these people could live closer to white people and get the resources, they can then trickle down economics. That was his thing. So
that's what the Challenge Chip was about.
Exactly. The W.E.B. Du Bois. He trying to tell that he
felt like there was only 10% of black people that can further the race.
Exactly.
No, he said, all we need is 10%. Mm-hmm. Like, we had 10%, we can do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he was like, but going to college, become college educated, because like that's what he was talking about versus
Booker T. And he also pushed that mulattoes should be the ones that should be in the forefront getting this college education, because they was more likely to advance there. Like he was a colorist. Like he definitely
he felt as though that white people would accept them more. So he was trying to go to the least.
Doing the spook that set by the door.
He's saying he wasn't saying they need to separate. He's saying these were the ones, knowing how twisted white people is. They the ones who will be it was a social experiment. Like looking at white people that have racism, like, they're going to accept people that look more like them. They're going to accept people that's more educated. You dig what I'm saying? That talk like them, right? But these people will be the ones that can pull the rest of us up. right? That was his thing, right? Why make it hard? You know what I mean? But do I totally agree? No. I think it's a mix. Like, do you think that he had white people? Far as wise, him and Booker T. Washington, to me, was saying.
I'm team Booker T on
right,
that.
But look what so some people were saying Booker T was advancing us just being laborers, right, and not attaining to higher education. So either way,
that's not true though. Right, he did push for education,
right? So to say that that W.E.B. Du Bois only believed that light-skinned black people was intelligent, he didn't believe that. You never, matter of fact,
did you ever look into his ideology of racial uplift?
Yeah, he said that it was the light-skinned blacks that would be able to get educated that could pull the rest of us up.
He made it seem like they was the only one capable of doing it
because of society, because of how he viewed white society. He felt as though they was the ones that was so fucked up that is only a certain group of black people that they would accept. That was his push. You know what I mean?
So he didn't within his heart and mind believe that
he was a real Pan-African. No, he was a real Pan-Africanist. The nigga actually moved to Ghana and died there. Like he really,
his views changed that when he got older. Like he even felt bad about how he did Garvey.
Mm-hmm.
But he was used as a mouthpiece for them small hats to attack black people in his early days. He went after every prominent black figure of his time. He attacked all of them.
He felt as though his way was right.
And now,
because I'm looking at
one of the small hats, one of the small hats that he was in league with was the one who convicted Marcus Garvey. You feel me? And now I hear a certain dude again, talking about, Garvey was a scammer and all of this shit, not knowing the full.
Unbiased, man. Oh man, where unbiased at? Unbiased, get over here. You got smoke.
Not knowing the full story, bro. I don't want to divert the topic, the discussion, but
before we move though, like how we address the fact that, cause I'm looking into it, where he's like, Du Bois opposed Marcus Garvey's attempt to bring Caribbean color politics into the United States, stating that American Negroes recognize no color lines within the race.
Within the only thing he opposed, but yeah, he did oppose that though.
So hold on.
Yeah. So it's
Garvey had an idea of there being like color delineations within the black race.
The Caribbean. Let me pull it up. Caribbean color politics.
Oh, because like in Caribbean societies, when slavery first ended, like the mulattoes and stuff were given the prime positions, but that's the same thing on y'all side. So I don't see how, you feel me? Because what Chef was just saying about Du Bois,
remember Garvey was like, because they had one of the issues they had with him, like, nigga, you light skinned.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Garvey was like, you ain't no real nigga because you ain't dark skinned.
Right.
And so Du Bois like, don't bring that shit over here. We don't recognize no color line.
Wait, we gonna miss it. He called him. Didn't he call Marcus Garvey some wild
like a monkey and
they
was at it then. They was at it at that point.
They was in the middle of the street, like Og said. They was in the middle of the street. Your mama's a bitch. All that.
You see how crazy shit is? Garvey on his side was too idealistic, too stubborn, too egotistical, too strident, and too tunnel vision. Right? He shouldn't have engaged in that. Especially being that you coming from a whole different country, you supposed to be making efforts to understand where that man coming from, and vice versa. But see, again, like Psychopathia said, the small hat got involved and played the two sides against the middle.
Yeah, and like I said, was it? And then he went after Booker T. Anybody that talked about separating themselves and doing for themselves, he went after. And that's because he had integrationalists small hat agenda that he was ultimately pushing.
Chef think that was pure. Chef is saying that was pure strategy. I don't buy that.
Yeah, listen, and here's what Garvey. This is a quote from what Garvey said. It said Garvey sought out Du Bois at the New York office of the NAACP. He said Du Bois was absent, and Garvey said he was unable to tell whether he was in a white office or that of the NAACP. The plethora of white and light-skinned people on the NAACP staff, and all the light-skinned black people desire for positions in Black America, and they said that no doubt contributed to Garvey's decision to remain in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? So he's looking at all these old light-skinned Negroes. Like,
out the original 8 people that started the NAACP, 5 of them were small hats.
Yep.
And 2 were mulattoes.
Yeah, but I don't have that. I don't have the gripe with mulattoes like
yeah. So, I'm just saying. I'm just a reality of the situation.
But
a lot of those, that great migration that you're talking about, a lot of those were mulattoes because they could pass through that easily.
Right.
That's why you have more genetic relationship between Southerners in New York.
I'm just
black people are more closer to white people in New York than in the South. Like
there was a conscious effort. I'm just saying there's a conscious cultural effort amongst these blue vein societies and these Boules and everything.
Yeah, certain ones, bro. Yeah, but not brown people back. Yeah, there are some, but that's not like we
these were major figures. These were major figures, shot callers in our community.
But like when you look back at the '60s, bro, and a lot of pivotal folks that dish of African American, you be like, damn, he black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and he still did what he did. He was more pro-black than. Yeah, there's a lot of them like that, bro. A lot of them like that.
He definitely was pushing the integrationist agenda. That was what they was all about. And anybody who was talking about anything outside of that, they used him to attack him, and that's just like the NAACP. I've done whole presentations on like the forest. Like that organization was not a black organization. It really never was. It was an organization to help black people, quote unquote. We can debate whether or not they actually did or not, but it was definitely not a black organization as far as like ran by black people.
Yeah. There's some issues on how it began. You know what I'm saying some of the original
even throughout the history of it. Go look at a lot of higher ups. Look at Walter White. Walter White's a whole white man. Who's the leader in NAACP
I ain't gonna fight you
years. And I ain't gonna fight you. And he did, and people was cool. He was the Fat Joe of the time too, but nobody called him out. He was sitting up there. They allowed him to disrespect black people right there in their face. What's the old girl name that was that played Hattie McDaniel? Hattie McDaniel was the first black woman to win an Oscar. He sat up there and disrespected her through an event to honor the great the black elite, so to speak, or whatever the case may be. And they had him at the event to speak. And after she got her award, he sat up there, got on stage and said, we done doing all this made stuff in the movies and this, that, and the third, playing these silly roles and blah, 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 and everything else. We're going to start pushing black excellence, black elite, and everything else. We're going to stop having these silly stereotypical roles. Where's Lena Horne at? Somebody bring Lena Horne out here. Brought Lena Horne out there, twirled her around, everything else. Like, see this? This is going to be the face of black excellence, not these, this, that, and third, disrespecting the heck out of Heidi McDaniel. It's a whole white man. It's a whole white man saying this about a dark-skinned black woman.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna fight you.
The actor, and this is the leader of the NAACP, and this is but nobody said nothing. Everybody was cool with it.
Yeah, I got my gripes with NAACP, so I ain't gonna fight. I'm not gonna fight you on that. So, yeah, I know that shit's complicated. How that shit started.
So you don't have no gripes with Booker T. Washington and his program?
I mean, Booker T had the right idea. Now, I
they both had the right idea.
I understand his critiques. I understand, the Atlanta Compromise is hard to defend. So I get, you know what I mean? I don't get too caught up with the whole him meeting with the Klan stuff and everything else, because like that's like same thing with Garvey and the NOI met with the Klan too. And the reason why all these people met with the Klan because they all was separatists, and the Klan also separatists. So the Klan was interested in trying to help make their separatist ideas work for them because them being separatists works for them, right? Like they got the same, they pushing for the same motive. So them having the Klan help them be separate from white people, and when they whole ideas being separate from white people, that don't bother me too much. But the Atlanta Compromise, though, the speech, I can't defend that. He was doing a little bit too much. I know he was pandering to white people at that point, trying to tell them what they wanted to hear.
Yeah, but the whole thing is like, WEB was pushing, look, PhDs and shit. Like that's the route, liberal arts and shit like that. And Booker T was talking more, your vocational education, shit, I mean, the practical skills.
Yeah, he's more about trade. It's more about trade and everything. But he also pushed education as well.
Yeah, I mean, both push education, but he's talking about, but W.E.B. Du Bois is talking about getting into that elite status stuff, like the PhD, the levels, the high,
going to Harvard. Yeah, he's going to Ivy League schools and everything.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think they both had good ideas.
I don't think he had a whole lot of respect for Tuskegee. I don't think he had a whole lot of respect for Tuskegee or the Institute. He respected higher levels of education, like Ivy League schools and stuff.
Well, he knew that. Listen, he knew it's a town of 10, so he already knew that all of y'all ain't finna be the town of 10. So the ones that ain't the town of 10 are gonna do that anyway. But we need to focus on getting these niggas in the PhD program, our best minds into the PhD program. The higher, institutes of higher learning. Everybody else gonna do what they normally do. That's going, become mechanics, work with their hands type shit. So I mean,
make the black schools places of higher learning. Like he could have went down and tried to help make the black schools places of higher learning.
But back then,
he learned what those white boys learned. He could have went and helped them.
Yeah, but back then, Harvard PhD hold more water. Shit, probably still now than it got done.
Yeah, I know.
Reggie,
as far as institutional wise, as far as funds and everything else, I get all that.
Yeah, but we can't change. The times is time.
I want to add a few points. First, I want to commend the channel for doing real history, real analysis, real facts, right? And so that's why I come on Carnivorous Podcast, because the audience is composed of people who have actually read material or know about material. And so I appreciate that. So you don't lie and you don't revise, right? And I do definitely appreciate that from somebody who actually formally took Black Studies classes. I think that on the Booker T. Washington and the Du Bois side, the economy at that time was kind of agrarian, and so it was important to be able to make your own shoes, your own underwear, build your own house, right? Be able to create communities, schools, and stuff like that, because nobody else was going to do it for you. Nobody was going to do it for the Black man and Black woman of America. So Booker T. Washington, he actually mixed that kind of conversation. Some of the things that he taught were actually higher education. It's just that you have to analyze it to see. But at that time period, you needed that structure to be able for us to be able to build. What we have done is we've lost that. We go now, we have higher education and we go into colleges, but most of the time we go into these colleges and universities, we learn skills that are not useful to us, right? I mean, you could get a degree in computer science, but when you come out in the field, you're only going to use a percentage of what you wasted your time studying. They just want to make sure that you could pass the test. So you don't learn necessarily real skills. And then when in the time of, let's say, W. Du Bois, at the time for those types of people, all they could just do is pretty much write publications. That was their job, because Blacks were still getting teaching jobs unless they went to Booker T. Washington schools, right? They're not getting teaching jobs from white folks. On the issue with the NAACP, when it was constructed as a legal organization to fight in the courts. Black people were treated like dogs in the courts. I'm talking about even lawyers. So they had a mixed group of people to fight cases. Anybody who's been in court, listen, having a, even when you have a Black lawyer, their arguments are hardly ever heard. They're just dismissed. Let me just tell you this thing. Do you know, I'm going to do a show later on, I think, finally. Do you know that in the last reparations case, the Pelman Farmer case, this is on the side, do you know that we can't do cases on our ancestors? We lack standing. I can't represent my father. I can't represent my grandfather, neither can you. You cannot represent your grandmother in court if she's deceased. They put a bar in it that said, they put a burden in the last reparations case that they encoded in the law that said, unless you have control of the estate, the trust, you have no rights to represent your people. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that?
No.
Huh? You cannot represent your grandfather for crimes, for property, unless you have control of his estate. Did you see? People don't read, and so I do appreciate this channel, because once you hear something, you're gonna look it up. Not like some of the I made a mistake. I went on. I was having an argument, right, on African American, and I told these people that the term African American was earlier than Jesse Jackson. And they went on and on and on. And then when they finally looked, they saw that I was right. Then what they said, well, we don't think that he's a Black man. I said, I'm not going on your channel no more. Because now you know the facts, you lost the argument. Now you're gonna create a new fake argument saying that that sermon to the capture of Cornwallis, where the person signed is African American, and he said that he is an African in the quote, even though he was anonymous, because you get hung, you got to be careful about what you say in print. This dude calls up and says, well, I still don't think he's African American. I still don't think. I don't do that. Now, so I commend Cornelius' podcast for at least always trying to analyze the ideas. And we'll get to the truth sometimes later, but first, and all of you that are on here, right? This signal boosting, BS, I know where that comes from because I got education. So when I hear somebody say signal boosting, I know who's teaching them. See, once you say a word like signal boosting, I know for a fact who's teaching you, right? I know where that comes from because I got education. I know you're being trained. You're being trained on how to manipulate knowledge. See, I know that, right? Y'all don't, when y'all read signal boosting and you find out what it means, it's how the YouTube companies, right, and the racists manipulate knowledge by boosting certain messages. Supposedly, they were supposed to go to the originators of the message, but what they do is they hijack it. And so now they create a new reality. And that's what's been going on. All of this flat earth and alien and looking at Kemet in a strange way, metaphysics, all of this revisionist history on Black history is purposeful, so that you can't really learn from what the true experiences are. You they create a virtual world. We're in a cartoon world of where facts don't mean nothing and reality don't mean nothing. But I said enough. But I know people being trained, and I have an idea who's training them. And instead of dealing with real history, they want to manufacture a new history. But I'm glad I'm hearing some things in here that at least you are making some analysis. So I'll listen. I'll go back. But listen, y'all the last. Because what's going on right now, when people are arguing not against the oppressor, but arguing against Black folks that, how can I say, ain't really got nothing to say.
Ain't really got no power. That's the main thing. Because like I admitted already earlier in the conversation, just within my culture, we do keep up the bullshit. We do look at Black Americans and say, oh, they got this and that and they privileged. They do that bullshit. It's true. But like Psychopathist keeps saying, and I want him to keep talking because damn, I'm learning a lot from him right now. What he keeps emphasizing is the over sensationalization of that shit. Because ultimately, the 1 million Jamaicans or the little small number of Black immigrants can't do shit to Black Americans. All niggas could do probably is go on the internet and try to act like we better than somebody, and ain't got shit. It don't mean anything.
That's what you call signal boosting. When people that don't have anything really to say, right? Their messages are boosted above factual information. And so you could take rumors and gossips and name calling, and my grandmama told me this, and that's boosted over real the facts of real information. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
I got you. You talking about the algorithm, basically. Yeah.
A Psycho, yeah, that's true, Psycho. Damn, you on point like a motherfucker. Hey, with the not Garvey, but with the Dubois and the Booker T thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cause you earlier went into like not only the ideological differences that Garvey and what's the name had, it bled over into the whole concept of race and color too. Was any of that going on with Booker T and Dubois, or was they're falling out purely ideological?
There's this ideological. That's it. Yeah, it ain't how to do it. Booker T has some European ancestry as well, but theirs had to do more with culture, right? Because Booker T was born a slave, right? While W.B. Du Bois was, I have a hard time calling Black people that era privileged, but he was more privileged than other Black folk. Let's just say that. And he was able to be the first person to graduate, Black person to graduate from Harvard and everything else. So he had a little bit different upbringing than Booker T, was raised in the South, born as a slave and everything. And again, having that separatist ideals was nothing new to him. That's how he was raised his whole life. So he was just trying to figure out how to maneuver within this separatist society that he was born into. So they had different ideas.
But he wasn't as radical as separatist as Garvey, right?
No, because he wasn't talking about going back to Africa. He just wanted to build our own communities up.
And he began to have socialist ideas. That was always a mixture of looking at socialism. So his constructions, because he was an intellectual, I'll stop, but he was an intellectual, and his construction was leaning socialist. This is Du Bois.
Yes, I agree.
Chef, where you at? Because Chef making it seem like this was just purely a strategy. But if he grew up a certain way and he was calling people monkeys and stuff like that, it couldn't have been purely strategy.
It was in the street half that was beefing, bro. Like it ain't like he just called. They was going back and forth at each other. Imagine also the Zabrowski nigga calling basically likening you a white man. Nigga. You know what I'm saying? You monkey. You gotta shit go. You gotta go, bro.
Nigga, you a Cushite, nigga.
Yeah.
You look like one of them Cushite niggas.
Mediterranean ass nigga, man.
But like I said, W.B. Du Bois got history of colorism too. So that's just like one of the things you can point out too. Yeah.
Yeah, but what color was Garvey's wives?
Garvey.
Garvey's wives was what color? They weren't dark skinned.
Who? Garvey's what?
Yeah.
White.
His what? His
He
wives?
was just beefing with the boys. They had ideological, and then it turned into being in the middle of the street. But I don't think that, believe it or not, really them had a whole bunch of colorism, because when you look at their interactions with other scholars, they talk about more issues than personalities.
Nah, but Reggie, you got to understand, like, black people are messed up. Like, it's dark-skinned dudes who will look at a light-skinned dude, right, and be like, you know the labels they attribute to light. So you soft,
you can't fight,
right? You more feminine, and all of this stuff, right?
I ain't agreeing with none of that, but I mean,
nah, but look though, I'm showing you how Garvey could have I'm showing you how Garvey could favor light-skinned women and still at the same time look down on light-skinned men, because dudes do it to this day. Like dark-skinned black men, a lot of them, they be envious of light-skinned dudes, but give them a black woman that looks like them, no, ugh.
Okay. Well, I mean, remember, we've had this conversation. A person could say whatever they want to say, but unless it's an organization or a group that's actually doing the work, it don't move the needle. So we got to get past people's personal perceptions on things. Whether what Garvey did as with a group, plus or minus, more pluses than minus, then we should analyze it and use it to see what we can use now. But this BS that's going on now with these makeup artists putting on makeup, acting like they know Black history, look, they took courses, is pitiful. They don't even want to read a book. They just touting what one or two people are saying. It's ridiculous. Understanding why Booker T took that direction at where he was in the South, where Du Bois why he took his position, and he was largely in the North, and everything in between, in the materials that they wrote and how they wrote it, and then later in time how they adjusted it. Though we have to factor those things in.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
I agree 100%.
There's a lot of nuance there. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you can't leave that out, or you can mess up the context. Yeah, all that's included.
Yeah. The Boule one day, Sigma Pi Phi, right?
Yeah, get to the Boule, because what's this Boule culture? I don't get it. Give me this Boule breakdown.
Well, we kind of talked about it with the Talented Temp. They kind of, that's kind of their philosophy.
No, but culturally it's still the same. Like, there's no different culture. This is an ideology.
Well, first, one of the things you have to do, and I have to ask you, have you ever seen their magazine? If you haven't seen that magazine, the Boule magazine.
No.
I guess
that's why I want to be educated.
Okay. All right. So let me start here. Okay. So the Boule is called Sigma Pi Phi. That is their formal name. Boule is kind of a nickname that means servant of the court. So for
and it's the same. Hold on, 1 second, right? This is the same Boule that Stephen was Cokie was talking about. No, that writer, same Boule.
Yes.
You remember the one that died?
Yeah. He was talking about them. Yes. Mm.
So for since the 1920s, the Boule has been acting in secret. So they created an organization of about 5 medical people, and they figured out if they can control the Black population around them, right? Black people will be better off, and that's going into the Talented 10. Kind of a position. So they created a fraternal organization, which is actually the first fraternal organization in the United States. And it's the master fraternity. And they have decided to select people who think like them, like themselves. But you have to have higher education. So nobody in Sigma Pi Phi, which is called the Boule, has less than a bachelor's degree. So you have to be educated. They don't want to deal with the people that we deal with like today, right? Where we look at people who've never been tested and make them our leaders, right? They don't do that. Their leadership comes from people who have been tested. So they have a magazine. And this magazine, first it was disguised as things like Jet, Ebony, Essence magazine. Those are all Boule publications. And so what they do is, if you ever read Jet, if you ever read any of those, right, those magazines, then what you would find is that they only put out positive things in educated Black folks.
Right,
they never look at anything.
It's not a smut magazine. It's black excellence, Black beauty.
Yeah, that's all it is, and that's their way. So now they have. So then they came out in secret, in the 80s, in somewhere in the 80s. Now their membership is almost everybody in Black America that is talented and has degrees, and they recruit them. And their recruitment is simple: join us, not for you, but for your children. That's their recruitment, because we can protect your children. We will make sure that your children, they don't have to interview for jobs, right? Your little knucklehead daughter, your little knucklehead son who's finding their way, we got you. You don't have to, you don't have to lead them up to the frustrations. Join our organization, Sigma Pi Phi. We have Jack and Jill, and we have a number of these organizations. We get them in there, and guess what? You ain't got to worry about your children. They don't have to interview for jobs, right? Some of the best jobs because we're in corporate America, and we have our own businesses. They don't have to interview. They just walk in. Who's not gonna not join for that? Who's not gonna join? They have an entree into a world that we, who are not part of the Boule, guess what? We have to interview. We have to do research. No, you join their organization, you don't have to do none of that.
Thing to be said about the Masons, though, you know? I mean, same thing can be said about Masons, right?
No, Masons are underneath. Black Masonry is similar, but the Boule is much more powerful. Masonry, you could be a janitor and be the master of the lodge. No.
So, but the Boule gonna be like
the grooming process is much more deeper.
But you got. So Martin Luther King, MLK, and Boule.
Martin King was
Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah, Martin Luther King was Boule. He was Boule.
His boss was Reverend Proctor. Reverend Proctor was the chief archon, right? No, Jesse Jackson wanted to work with Archon Proctor. Archon Proctor told Jesse Jackson, no, work with my understudy, Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, I get it. I just want to just so we get out there. So even people not from Atlanta might not be familiar with. I'm saying people from Atlanta might not be familiar with John Lewis. So John Lewis would have been Boule. It's Boule. MLK.
Have a list of Boule.
Thurgood Marshall. I'm just trying to say, so I mean,
he's just running off the list of the members.
Just throwing out the people that are under the umbrella of Boule. We got to give context so people know who we're speaking about too. So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
So first, what I'm trying to tell you is they have a journal, and and so okay. So let me see if I can pull it up for you. So let me share my screen. So we don't have to guess. We don't have to guess anymore. We don't have to act like they're phantom because they made themselves public. So let me share the screen. And their whole point of it is, yes, they only deal with educated.
Yeah, you gotta have a college education. Yeah, they don't hide
they're
from
not interested in the social media jungle that we're in for good reasons, because it's become a jungle.
You got Andrew Young,
huh?
Ralph. You got Andrew Young. You got Ralph Bunchy.
Oh, so
that's some powerful names, John.
Martin Luther King, our best, because the recruitment strategy.
Ooh.
The recruitment strategy is a beautiful strategy. Listen, we got.
They're putting out good work, Reggie. Though they doing good work, Reggie.
Ogletree was a Boule. Asa Hilliard was a Boule.
Oh man, they putting out good work, Reggie. Reggie, they putting out good work.
Yeah. So some Boules are our friends, and some people are not. My boss,
Vernon
Howard
Jordan.
Dotson of the Schomburg, the head Essence Magazine, the woman, what's her name with the braids? What's her name? Essence Magazine, Suzanne Taylor. Her husband.
And old Fetty in Virginia, you got L. Douglas Wilder, the first African-American governor of the United States in Virginia.
Boule.
But Sosa, how would you deal with the issue of, because even if the people who are involved don't necessarily have these viewpoints where they see people who have a certain phenotype as being superior, right? It just so happened that coming out of slavery, that it was those within that certain phenotypic range just so happened to be the ones who no, they look different, but I'm saying there's a common
John Lewis
thread.
though, but John Lewis don't look like W.E.B. John Lewis is a bald-headed black dude that look like he's from straight from Nigeria.
But
no, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. There is a common like a predominant phenotype though, with the whole paper bag test and all that.
And the Boule? Nah, not the Boule though.
No, not the
Boule.
Oh yeah.
Now, listen, I'm from the place. I'm from one.
Go ahead, Red. Just went back. I don't know if you got muted or something.
It say he's trying to share his screen. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's not sharing though. Yeah, I don't know what happened. But yeah, the Boule does have it's people in the Boule who are not light skin or mulatto or whatever the case may be, but look who they married. Right? Like these people, like they got into like, these are people that had to get into through education, everything else. Like they was the ones that got recruited. But if you look at their mates, they married mulattoes, like this is who they married, because that was the status quo.
Right. And that's why I was gonna ask Sosa, what happens if that kind of becomes like a caste, like a calcified caste, to where the original, plan maybe with some of the members was that, okay, we're gonna build ourselves up to where we could go and pull people up, but in practicality or in actuality, that's not what ends up happening. What ends up happening is you just form this elite caste and you kind of box everybody out. Say, hey, you stay away.
I'm just saying, well, I don't know, because they don't have I don't know them having a brown paper bag test. I mean, there's stark difference.
Oh, they definitely had it.
John Lewis and Thurgood Marshall. It's a drastic difference, to the individual. And even MLK to Eric Holder. So that's a different phenotypic looks.
Yeah, they'll pull you. They pull people in based on. It starts in college usually, and they'll pull you in if you look like you striving to be like something like somebody of higher position. A doctor, physician, lawyer.
Yeah,
the case may
sure
be.
I'm sure.
And they'll pull you in, and then but again they encourage you to marry. They go find you a mulatto to marry or whatever. What I mean?
I don't know. You got to source up on that, because otherwise I'm thinking it's conspiracy theory. You got to give me something.
Okay.
You got to give me something. some
fact, you
look up
the ideology. Look up the ideology of racial uplift from W.E.B. Du Bois, because that's what they followed. They followed the ideology. It's called racial uplift, and W.E.B. Du Bois kind of created this ideology. And that's what me and Chef was kind of touching on earlier. And he had the idea that mulattoes were the way to go. They were the saviors of the community.
Well, I could get it back then in that time. But that's back in the 60s. I don't know if they think
before the 60s. Before the 60s, but yeah.
But I'm saying, but I don't think that holds true. That doesn't carry that much weight now.
Now you don't see the effects of that now?
No, I don't think it's not would be because we're not in that type of intense racist state that it was back then. So no, I don't think so.
So I'm not saying like there's I talk about subconsciously. You don't see that like the effects of all this subconsciously? Yeah, you don't think that played a mental role on our people? Constantly always seeing the people that are in higher in quote unquote higher status, quote unquote black excellence is one of my issues with that term.
Yeah.
But the whole quote unquote black excellence is always kind of delegated to, people. Well, we got a lot of European ancestry.
Yeah, but that's because of that ideology coming out of but it's also that ideology coming out of that black colorism that exists within our own. So yeah,
that's where it comes from.
So that's there. But that was there before, with WEB. You know what I mean?
Yes,
that red bone sister in your hood.
He was born into it.
Everybody's attracted to her because she's light skinned.
Yeah, he was born into it, but he was a component of pushing it further though. Is what I'm saying. Like he definitely didn't start it.
What's the name of the paper? Psycho.
Well, it's not a paper. Well, it's called Racial Uplift. W.E.B. Du Bois and Racial Uplift. Look into that.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up, and I still got to correlate to the data, but I'm gonna look it up to get more information.
Did Brother Reggie I want him on so he could defend himself. Did he say that Garvey and Du Bois was not basing their argument upon the colorism, pretty much?
No, he said Booker T and Du Bois.
Oh, Booker T
was more ideological.
Yeah, Booker T and Du Bois didn't have to do with colorism. Yeah, that was
right. I agree. Yep. All right.
Yeah, I gotta pull up.
Who started it though? Between Garvey and Du Bois, the whole color thing.
I thought it was W.E.B.
I thought it was Garvey. I thought it was Garvey that set it off.
I believe it was Garvey. I believe it was Garvey because
Garvey setting it off because
Garvey did it. He probably did because where he was from, Jamaica, they had a class system of light skin, which was like the second. The white folks were the minority. Then you had the second minority was the light skin. Then the majority was a darker skin. You know what I'm saying? Because Garvey was a maroon, you know what I'm saying? And he had some pushback growing up against the mulatto. The mulatto would treat them like they. This
is why Du Bois was saying like we don't see the spectrum like black is black. We don't do that.
You coming with that's some outside shit that you got from where you from.
Bringing in, you bringing
we don't see color here.
Yeah.
But
y'all did. But he was lying though. You don't think Du Bois
he
was lying?
He was, and I agree.
Right. But he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying in terms of like terms of in general. Black is black.
So it's not as codified. It's not as codified.
Right.
It wasn't as codified in America like it was in Jamaica. Everybody just kind of in America, everybody just plays along and pretends like it kind of isn't there. They hide it under some other shit, like y'all do now with the whole, changing, hiding race under the Afro-Asiatic and Niger Congo.
They get that later. Yeah, take a shot. But go ahead.
I had to. Nah, but it's just like if you go to North Africa or like, in the Horn, right? The way how they treat what they call the Somali Bantus, right? And they look at themselves as better as having hard hair, or meaning soft wavy hair versus the so-called Somali Bantus having like nappy hair or whatever, or what they call hard hair, right? And them having more aquiline features, right? But if you was to ask the average Somali, like, oh, are y'all racist against the Somali Bantu? Oh no, what racism? We don't, that's an American thing. We have nothing of the sort. Same thing in North Africa, Morocco, Algeria. They'll tell you, oh, we have no concept of race. We're all brothers in Islam. You feel me? So I got to read more on Du Bois, but
yeah, I'm gonna read it. We'll come back to that. Yeah, it's a
I
good
get the
conversation.
I get the inclination that he was one of them type of dudes who would gaslight the fuck out you, like, oh,
We gotta see, but
nothing
I
to do with
believe
color.
I believe Garvey said it all. Like,
Yeah, I feel Garvey.
Yeah, Garvey said it the fuck all. You know what I'm saying? I'm almost positive Garvey said it all.
I had to go back and reread the story again. I thought it was the boys we'll see. Yeah, I go back and reread it.
But too, you know Haskell though, Haskell is it's more normal for us to actually do that than to do the other thing, real. Because you define beauty in how you look. So you gonna think you attack the wavy head nigga over the more coarse head individual. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so natural to do it. This is like, so we have to fight as humans to do the opposite.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
But the thing is, in recent history, we don't have too many examples of the darker skinned, coarser headed subjugating the wavy haired. You feel me? Like, pretty much every example that we have in history is the other way around. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably more recent history.
And
well,
also,
ever since we got the position of where we got the European people more dominant, then it
right.
So, yeah. Go ahead.
But even prior to that, with the pale skinned Arabs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I ain't gonna. Arabs is tricky. Yeah, I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying. I think the pale skinned Arabs got there would have been the pale or light skinned Arab would have been the majority. The darker skin would have been more or less, in my opinion. But go ahead, you look on.
Yeah, I was saying that I think the Europeans very crafty because they know how to maneuver when they're the minority. They know how to maneuver when they're the majority. Because in Jamaica they were the minority, and they knew they had to have an ally, and their ally was the mulatto. It's different here in America because they're the majority, right? So even though light skin or mulatto, or you know what I'm saying, they box with the dark skin African American. So they you know what I'm saying, they can't they didn't put no value. I mean, the European didn't put no value on colorism between the different shades of African American. They just put them in one box. So you had, when you in that one box, you had to fight, you know, with each other to counteract, you know. But it's different in Jamaica. They made those mulatto feel good about themselves. They were better.
They were exceptional. Yeah,
they were more exceptional.
But listen, you also have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of times too, they end up in complete isolation, to where they say, you know what, we're going to form our own group because they're rejected, but not accepted fully by the black people, and not accepted by the white people.
But what if I told you that they wanted to separate themselves first? Like, mulattoes did not want to be labeled as black. Like that's what Plexi V. Ferguson was all about. Plexi V. Ferguson was all about mulattoes not wanting to be labeled black. That's what that whole scenario. That's what Homoplexy.
We gotta take it back, but I don't think that's the origin of it, because you gotta understand, like,
no, I'm just saying,
come from something though.
That's not the origin of it. I'm just saying that's what that case was all about. Just to give you a time reference of how far back this goes. Like, mulattoes never wanted to be labeled as black. They always wanted to be labeled as something other than black. Like,
I would say mulattoes never want to be black. I think because I would think that I think it would probably be more complex.
No,
Yeah, I think that's a. I think that's
that's
kind
what
of.
again, look into the home of the Plex v. Ferguson thing was all about. That's the whole
I would
reason
go.
why
I
they
get it,
flipped
but I
home of
still would
Plexi.
go back. I would kind of. I would still want to look back further because, like,
I
no
think it's
mother.
kind of.
We can go back
Because
further.
if you're a slave, go back to your slave, right? And you just had sex with, and you was, let's say, you rape, because a lot of situations you're dealing with a child that's a product of rape, right? So you have now a black mother caring for a child that's been raped, and she looked different.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I
so
get
there's
that.
a lot of
But
psychological shit going on back then.
that's how they got
that
labeled
case.
as black to begin with, right? That's how they got labeled black to begin with for that same scenario. But I'm saying once slavery is over, they didn't want to be labeled black. Like they never wanted to be labeled as black. Like they didn't want to be labeled as a slave.
I mean,
Like
I mean, you got to take it to the context of the time. Also, whenever you look at the context of the time, of course, you're not going to want to be labeled as black.
I guess I can't finish. Can I finish real quick? Like that's the whole reason why I just got my train of thought. That like they didn't want to be labeled as a slave to begin with. That's why a lot of the mulattoes were the quote unquote black slave owners. You go look at most of these black slave owners that everybody like to throw in our face that we somehow know was owning all these slaves. These were mulattoes. Go look at William Elliston, Elliston, I believe his name was in South Carolina. He's one of the most notorious slave owners of his era. He was they say he was the most ruthless slave owner in South Carolina history, and he was a whole mulatto. He was groomed by his white slave owner daddy to take over the plantation after he stopped.
But there's many other ones.
Also, already agree with you. We agree with you that people of that time that's mulatto don't want to be black, but you got to understand why when taking into consideration of the context of the time. So it's not like today. You know what I mean? So, but I agree with you, and I think Sosa agree with you too. But considering the context, like, duh.
Yeah, I want to be up out of that hierarchy. Like, yeah, I have a means, but because a lot of times, there was a lot of mulattoes using their whiteness. They were passing as white and using that shit to liberate their parents. So they started, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, there was loopholes. So people they started trying to guard against them loopholes too. You feel me? So so you got So if you have the ability to pass, why are you gonna go back? You're gonna try to jump out of that shit.
To add on to what you just say, also, our founding fathers, like the first 4 or 5 presidents in Liberia, if you looked at them, you would swear up and down they were white folks, man, because they had they had the wealth of they were free American slaves. But if you look at the first 4 or 5 presidents, you would swear up and down they were white boys, but they were high with a high yellow, high mulatto, uh, man, during that period of time, So yeah, I was just want to add that little caveat about slave owner, and also wealth during that period of time was if you had a little white ancestry, and you could possibly I might be speculating, but it just jumped to my mind when you mentioned about the mulattoes. Pretty much. Go ahead. You can go.
Yeah, we gotta do a little. I'm doing a little deep dive into it. We gotta put something together on the complexities of the whole multiracial dynamic. You know what I mean? Look at some of it even going back in Africa and then coming to America and see how it plays out. This even in terms of law.
I'm starting to throw it back in their face now, because if they want to play the race game and the hierarchy game with with biological, with how you are biologically, if we're going to look to see if somebody is biologically superior in some type, form, or fashion, you're going to have to give it to the African. And I hate to say it in that way, but that's the game that they want to play. And if they want to play that game, genetics says that the African is the most diverse, and to be the most diverse means that you have more advantages than anybody else in the world. You know what I mean? And advantage is synonymous with superior. And it's taboo to say that type of thing, but they don't want to play that now because throughout history they have been trying to put themselves at the top of the hierarchy through all kind of pseudo-scientific methods, through all kind of ideology, philosophy, religion. As they have always put themselves at the top of the hierarchy, which people do. But now, if we want to take away all the BS and just look at it for what it is and figure out who is, genetically superior, and I don't like to use it, but hey, it just is what it is. It has to be the African. So let's play the game now, because now they want to speak in code and say genetically diverse instead of saying what. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but now they agree with you about the Africans are having genetically more athletic ability. They agree, but they saying now it's the intellect. They're the smarter though. I mean, they're more physically gifted, but they're not mentally. You know what I'm saying? They would use words like that. They're not
The bell curve.
Yeah, the bell curve.
They trying to use the. They trying to.
Yeah,
Go
they
ahead.
agree with you on that. Yeah, they agree with you that we more physically gifted. You know what I'm saying? But our mental is
it's all about
borderline retarded. It's borderline retarded.
Well,
You know
I think they trying to use code. They
Yeah.
trying to use code words. Like whenever you say genetic diversity, people don't know what that means. So yeah, they people in science know what that means, but the general public don't, and they still pumping bullshit.
Right.
And then even whenever you look at the bell curve is BS. You know what I mean? Because they trying to prove that what kind of racial group is smarter, who's the smartest racial group. But that shit is so biased.
The bell curve is not cap, bro. It's just the interpretation. But
No,
the data that they're using is real, bro. It's just the causation. But to act like African Americans,
hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I just want to land. So I believe that the bell curve is cap. You know what I mean? Because for one,
but let him finish.
So for one thing, when we got that Africans are the most genetically diverse, that means we have the most potential for any attributes that a human can carry, right?
No.
And so, hold on, just let me land my plane, and that's exactly what that means. But I'll let you go. Just let me land, bro. I don't mind. So that's exactly what that means. And then also tests are biased, and also we coming from behind. Also, we know how society is structured. We are lagging. We just came out of slavery not too long ago. And then you also got to look at cultural aspects of it. Who aligns their people up with education more? Now, black people aren't training their kids to go out and conquer different industries. You know what I mean? Getting different professions. Like we don't do that. We're just now starting to train our kids and put our people in the workforce in the places we think they should be. So I think it is biased in a whole lot of different ways, and we can talk about it if you want, but that's my position.
Right, I agree with you. But I think that's what the bell curve. But
I think motherfuckers don't really understand the bell curve like that, because when I hear people talk, even the whole genetic diversity thing, when people say Africa is the most genetic diverse, they're not saying that you as a West African is superior to any other group. They're just saying that the Khoisan, the Pygmies, Nilo-Saharans, and Niger-Congo groups that never left out of Africa contains the most diversity. They're not talking about, one ethnic group, just because you're West African, you have a genetic pool that's no, that's not what they're saying. So when you talk about the bell curve, right, they're not like the main argument again is the causation, whether it's genetic, environmental, or whatever. But the fact remains that even 50 or 60 years ago, they have conducted case studies, experiments to account for culture-free intelligence. Whether it's just testing for simple pattern recognition, the ability to speed information processing, all of that shit. Like they can conduct certain tests that are culturally, that's free from cultural bias, and see how certain populations fare. And what we're seeing now is that we're basically seeing populations, right, that have been taken from their environment, and now we're just in a complex society to where jobs are becoming more demanding regarding your cognitive ability, just everything. So I don't see it as a superior or inferior type of thing, but the fact does remain that African Americans, especially SAT scores, we finish virtually last in a lot of standardized tests. And yeah, culture does play a part into it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always, if you hit me and my talking points, I feel some type of way, and I get upset when African Americans can admit that we don't uphold a lot of the negative stereotypes that we see on media. We actually uphold that shit sometimes. So we can't trip when other groups look at us like, they look at a NBA YoungBoy video or some drill shit going on, and they like, bro, y'all y'all kind of inflicting more chaos on yourselves. And I can't say that they capping. You know what I mean? So it is a cultural thing, bro. Like
So
us,
let me
like
let
let's
me
just it's
let
a
me
reality.
respond to that.
And life is a competition, bro. When you look at other groups, right? When you look at Asians, they got positive stereotypes. You know, stereotypes can be racist or whatever, but it has an undertone of reality to it. When you first see an
So we
Asian, they say, yo, them Asians don't play about education. And let's be real, bro, in African American culture, we don't reverence motherfuckers like Neil deGrasse, and we don't strive like that's just facts, bro.
So that's kind of funny that you disagree with me, but we said the same thing, and I think the only thing that you
No,
disagree with was
my bad to say that, but I was just saying that the actual bell curve book is very informative, bro. Like it has data in it. It's just their
let me speak to that
interpretation of the
point.
data. But go ahead, go
I
ahead. My bad.
I got you, and we agree. I think that the reality of those tests show that the ranking is the ranking. They got the Asians up top, and then white people after that, and then black people at the bottom. I agree with that. Those tests show that, and I agree with you. It's a matter of causation. Why? Is it genetically or is it culturally? Right? So I agree with you. And then I named different aspects, and you named the same aspects. Like it don't take a rocket scientist to look around. Like I bet you the same thing goes for y'all that goes for me. When I looked around and when I was in school, and Asians were smarter than other people, and if you are around their family, then you know why. Because they don't play about their education. They can't come outside. They can't mingle with people. They got to do their work, and then their parents shoot them out like that, put them in different professions. Same thing with Indians from India. Same thing with white people. Black people don't do that. So that's not even hard. That's not even yeah. So that's not even hard. Like we can look around and see why. So we know culture is a part of that. You know what I mean? Because how people train their kids. You know what I mean? So
This is the scary
that's a
question
big
though. Can culture be fixed? Or is it because I give
absolute.
this analogy, the analogy of when toothpaste is out the tube, you can't put it back in. So I'm like, with a lot of this
It
crazy
is.
shit in black culture going on, is it can we reel it in and cleanse our own culture, or is it just the floodgates have opened and we're
No,
seeing
we can be how we want to be. It's culture is malleable. Culture is what we make it. It ain't no
yeah, I
biological
guess I'm talking about like
essentialism.
the
Essentially,
social media being incorporated in black culture, like we're very influential throughout the world, bro. Like even the toxic shit, you got UK motherfuckers jacking drill music. It just even other groups throughout the world through our pain, African Americans, and how we bigged up black and using it as a term of empowerment. You see other groups doing that. You know what I mean? So
But
I'm just saying like,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
mhm.
What's the most popular white people in the world? Where they come from?
I mean,
the most
it depends
popular
on
white people.
yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's
That's
not the
an interesting.
U.S. Like celebrity wise, it comes from the U.S. Like all the top stars that are Europeans are
Mhm.
in America, white. If they're white. So what I'm saying, this is Hollywood from the 1920, 30. I mean, we invest in celebrity, other nation don't. So you're gonna have black people here as being the most popular, the most this, the most that, because it's the entertainment of the world right here. And you got the white folks too, the most popular. That's why European
Yeah, that makes
actors they come to Hollywood.
That's a good.
They
That's a
don't
good
they
ass
ain't that
point, G.
big.
Lacan.
Yeah, they're not that big
I don't know if
in
it's.
their
I
country
don't know
unless
if
they
it's.
come
I don't know if it's
unless they come
germane
to.
to the topic, but it's a good point. But
But let me give them a little pushback on that. And then, what's your name? Is it Fitty?
oh Fetty.
Fetty? Fetty? All right, I'll give you a little pushback on popular. We only get American propaganda. Like we don't know who's popular across seas, like to them. But from the American standpoint, yes. But that's just a small pushback. You still got a good point, but
Mhm.
we don't know who's popular in Europe to them. Like they
I
may
look
think
at
that
I
we
look at like
jackasses over
the
here.
UK. What I do is right. I compare socioeconomic statuses across like different countries or whatever. So I'm looking at how the UK, right? They still in that era, still using they run up on a nigga with a knife. You know what I mean? So I'm literally seeing that subculture of those UK brothers who are black. and who are in environments where they resonate with the drill music that's out here, they're putting their own spin onto shit that's ours.
That's true.
That's all I was saying. You know what I
That's
mean?
what I'm saying. It's the
Yeah,
entertainment
I
capital
was
is
talking about.
America.
I agree with you. So
That's fine.
let me. I want to try to get you over to my side on what genetic diversity mean, because you said what it don't mean, but let's talk about what it does mean, right?
Yeah.
So genetic diversity means, as Africans being the most genetically diverse people on the planet, means that they have the potential to survive more environmental stresses like disease, like susceptibility to disease, right? And to also fight off disease, and also climate changes, also food, like any type of natural disasters. The African has more potential to be able to adapt and fight off different things. Would you agree?
Yeah, I read a genetic article talking about how
So hold on,
African.
hold on.
Go ahead,
I'm
go
trying
ahead.
to go
I
somewhere.
was
I'm trying
gonna
to go
say something
somewhere.
that tied into what you said, but go ahead.
But you do agree. So if that's
I
a
think that
fact,
differs
and
for
then we
different
have
populations though, but go ahead.
we know this. We
Mm-hmm.
know this, but we saying generally speaking, African and African descent have more genetic diversity than others who descend from Africans or people of African descent. Do you agree?
It depends, because I heard Richard Dawkins say you can take virtually anybody, and that individual or population is going to contain all of the diversity to keep humanity going. So it's a very, like, genetics is a
Yeah,
nuanced thing.
yeah,
Yeah, he
Because I
said
yeah.
feel you.
mostly though. He said mostly,
Yeah,
like
most,
yeah,
yeah, but like
some,
my,
yeah.
my thing is that, like, yeah, you can see the echoes of evolution through West African descendants, like you say, like malaria, fast twitch muscles, all of that played a role into why even you look at the Olympics and you see West African descendant people dominate in certain sports. Although you can find different races with those same abilities, it's like a bell curve format. You have an average and you have an outlier on those averages, on those bell curves. And when you look at the differences, that's where, when you look at the outskirts or the outliers, those are where the real differences are. It's overlapping in all populations to an extent.
I agree. There is overlap, but we're talking about generally for the most part. If you look at genetics, Dawkins did say that, but he was mistaken, right? And we're talking about for the most part, right? Because here's what happens when you have when you look at the out of Africa theory, right? You
Mm-hmm.
had a group of Africans that left Africa, and then they turned into different populations. Well, this is what you got to take and consider.
Mm-hmm.
Though that group of Africans that left Africa and became different populations only took a subset of the diversity of the African continent with them. So
Mm-hmm.
everybody else that has evolved through time has only a subset of the whole variety
But
of genetic
yeah,
diversity
but
that
they
African has.
still.
So here's the point that I'm making.
Go ahead, go ahead,
Here's
go
the
ahead, go
point that I'm
ahead.
making. Uh, and whenever you breed, those people breed over generations and generations. They don't have the resiliency as the people on the continent, because they have a variety through breeding, through integration, through gene flow, as the people on Africa. And the point that I'm trying to make is
Mm-hmm.
that I'm trying to come to is that entails people are, I don't want to say better or less, but just genetically superior, genetically have
It's
more
no really such
potential
thing as
to
superior though,
survive.
bro, because like it's so many factors that you got to take into account. What is really inferior or superior, right? Because those same out of
I
Africa
just named them.
populate. I'm
I
saying
just
those
named
same
them.
out of Africa populations underwent different evolutionary pressures than we went through. We stayed in Africa the entire time and adopted in those tropical zones. But you had other groups that underwent different environmental pressures, and that's why I like talking about the co-evolution of genes and culture, because those different evolutionary pressures, cultures was
Whenever
birthed
you
as a
say there's
result of
no
that.
such, when you say there's no such thing, how can that be so? Because whenever you say that one population has better potential of surviving different stresses than others, then you would have to
But if
say
you put a
that
but if
the
you put
initial
a black
population is
person in
better.
a cold environment, then what?
He, he's going to adapt.
But due to his melanin
Better.
content, right? What can't that be something that be, that can make him not as fit to be in those conditions as a population that has been under those
So
evolutionary
he'd be
pressures for
less fit.
thousands of
He'd
years.
be less fit than a European.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. So the
absolutely. Because
superior thing is
we
So,
need
so
we need a lot more
let's
sunlight for our vitamin D synthesis than a European does. So we definitely be at a disadvantage
yeah.
in
So I
our
don't.
in
So the
so
our
if we
superior
so
thing is
but
I'm
not
gonna
but we're
true.
slide out
talking
y'all
about
piece there, but
overall.
I'm listening. Y'all slide
So
y'all piece.
so let me explain. So we don't have to hypothesize on this, right? All we have to do is look at history, because when the African hit the European continent, that's how a European came to about. An African mutated into a European, technically. So y'all going into the reverse. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to guess. What happened happened. The reason why they exist is because we adapted into them, and that's what they don't want to admit to. So y'all looking at it in the reverse, like, oh, the African. No, we adapt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It wouldn't be advantageous, but we adapt. That's what we did. But vice versa, if we took them and bring them into our environment, they tend to go extinct. We adapted.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah,
I don't think they
I
go
think that's a
extinct
certain
though.
advantage. Because look, I read a genetic article this year talking about West African descendants, and they was talking about African Americans dealing with resilience, and they said from a male's perspective, they can trace that resilience as a result of West African ancestors due to evolution. So I mean it's truth to what you're saying, but you got to be careful in playing that superior game, because that racist person can come back and tell you, well, if you quote unquote superior, how come y'all was the last motherfuckers to read and write? So you playing a dangerous game with the superior thing, because they could use.
That's not that's not true, because we was the first ones. If you know what history is and what science say, you won't let them play you in that aspect, because
Hold on,
that's not true.
you saying we was what? We was the first to
The
read and
first
write?
people to read and write, yes.
Who?
On the reading and writing come from the African continent. You didn't
But
know
look,
that?
this why I get confused, because people use the African continent
No.
without
Do you agree or not?
Afro-Asiatic populations who are yes, those populations. That's my thing. People say Africa like it's this one group of people. I don't do that. Like I know
But Fetty, you said,
our
but your
Niger
point
Congo
was,
ancestors, right? And
okay,
I don't
I'll give you that. Hold on, don't go too
go
far,
ahead.
because your
Go ahead.
point was that we was the last ones, and you know that's not true.
No. I'm saying if
That's not true.
racists can use certain talking points, comparing and contrasting civilizations that belong to, say, West African descendants, and say they were part of a civilization like, say, Egypt. You got people like what's the dude named Dr. Banu? He says that shit all the time. Yo, y'all motherfuckers was
Well,
tribal. Y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't had no written language. We was a nation state, and we was more prestigious than y'all. Motherfuckers say that all the time. A
well,
lot of people.
people can say anything, but
But I'm
you don't.
saying
Do
when
you
you
agree
say
with
we're
it?
genetically
Do you agree
superior,
with it?
what? Agree with what?
Well, what they saying, because you saying all this fallacious stuff that other
It's
people
not
say,
fallacious,
none of that
bro.
stuff
Is
is
the
true. None of
reality
that
is
stuff
that
is true.
can I answer the question? My answer is that I'm cool with being a part of a West African population that reading and writing wasn't as prevalent in other places. I'm cool with our culture. I'm cool that we created ironwork and we created other shit that fit for our environment and our culture. I'm not of this ilk to where like I'm, comparing and contrasting my culture. Say, oh, my culture is better than yours. My ancestors was reading. Nah, because we, like y'all say, we all humans, right? So I'm saying you got to also
You
take.
just pivoted on your point
I
though,
didn't,
Fatty.
bro. Bro, okay. So
Okay.
what's the earliest West African language? Do you know? You know it's the Igbo script, right? What date is that? Since you want to play this game, what is the
I'm not trying
earliest
to play
script
no
written by West
game,
Africa?
bro. I'm just saying we don't have to agree. All I'm saying is that people of African descent, no matter where you go, was never the last people to read and write. That's just not true.
Okay, all right, I got you.
You know what I mean? But that's just a small point, bro. We ain't even, you
Oh
know what
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying?
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, we was just talking about in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I said initially when I came out, I said if they want to play that game, we
Mm.
have all the cards now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not fucked up about it, because they haven't been fucked up about it. It don't mean we just supposed to be nice now, not supposed to say what
Wait a
the
minute.
real
Wait a
reality
minute.
is.
What
Go
cards
ahead.
do we have? You talking about rhetorical cards? Cause
Rhetorical cards. I don't know what you're talking about.
no, meaning rhetoric. Because ultimately, beating your chest and saying, "Okay, we're genetically superior." I'm saying, what do we have in so far as something tangible to beat our chest in about having any sort of superiority? What has it equated to in terms of something that we could look at and see and touch right now?
I would agree with you on that point, but we was just talking about genetics and biologically. But I
Yeah,
wouldn't argue with you
but
on that
that's why
point.
I'm saying I think that's counterproductive to be. I mean, I don't think you're doing that in real life. I'm pretty sure you're not. But
No, I'm just being facetious. I'm just saying, like, if we look at 'cause this is, let me get a context once again, right? The context of what I stated was the Europeans have been trying to put themselves at the top of the hierarchy for eons for every type of reason under the sun. Now we have a real reason, what science is, and look how y'all acting. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. Why we? That don't sound. You ain't playing nice. Don't be saying that. Like, come
I'm
on
still
now.
trying to
I'm
figure
just
out how
saying
we
this.
genetically superior though. I'm trying to figure that out.
I explained it. So can
I
I
explained how
place?
if you take a population out of an environment, like if you take black people and place them in a cold population, how the fuck are they still like? I think
I gave
we.
the whole breakdown of that. I just gave the whole
I got
breakdown,
you.
and you agreed. No, nobody
I
disagreed
mean,
with that point when I.
the superior thing. I don't know. It's just so like nature
nah. But
doesn't work that way.
here's the
Wait,
thing. Here's
nature
the
has
thing,
so
bro.
many facets to something to where you can't
Because
call something superior.
what he said, Fetty, was that the way how we are in the genetic what's the word I'm looking for? The state that we were in prior to leaving Africa. If you subscribe to the out of Africa theory, right? He's saying that okay, we who got trapped behind the ice wall or whatever the theory says and became quote unquote pale skinned people or white people, we were able to adapt anyway, so we are able to adapt to the cold. But what he don't realize is we're talking about what's our superiority in that environment in real time. That adaptation he's referring to happened over theoretically thousands of years.
Right.
Right.
Well, the
So
issue,
and we could make the same argument about whatever biological advantages that you're talking about, brother,
Do.
that we have over quote unquote pale skinned people.
well, I want to add and thank you. Sorry, Haskell, for interrupting, but I'm gonna go. It's really not about adaptability. It's really about organizing. The problem is that even groups of people who, let's say, maybe have less uh, uh, DNA capabilities, right? If you want to play that superiority game, okay, fine. They're better organized. They're simply better organized. So it doesn't in this world today, doesn't
Yep.
matter how uh, how if you want to say genetic superiority, that doesn't move the needle. What moves the needle is organization. We have failed to adapt to organizational superiority. They have the Asians have done it. The Europeans have done it. The Americans have done it. The Indians have done it. The Russians have done it. We have failed.
Yep.
So,
Facts.
so it doesn't matter how big, strong, fast, the ability to survive. All that means is maybe we make better slaves, right? Because
Exactly.
we failed to organize.
And that
But
and that and that
no,
falls
I
under
agree with
cognitive
you.
abilities and the frame of thought.
I already conceded to that point whenever Haskell brought up that point. But here's the thing, though. Whenever they bring up something like the bell curve, it's a bandwagon. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all look at that as a reality and accept that. But then when if I bring up the reality of Africans being genetic superiority, you're like, fuck that
No,
shit. That
the
ain't that
bell
talking
curve
about
is a
Because
that
it
ain't
reality.
don't
talking
move the
about nothing.
needle. What moves the needle is
So is genetic
organization. It
so is
doesn't
genetic diversity.
matter. What matters is how organized you are. Are you ready for war? Can you defend yourself as a group? We cannot. We are
I'm not
divisive.
even when did I
We
didn't
are
I'm not arguing
divisive.
against you. I'm not being divisive. I'm
I
actually
think
trying to bring a
No, I'm
point
not
into
saying
where
my
we can gather
brothers on
around.
this panel, because you're the thinkers. I'm saying our people are divisives. I like peanut butter. You like, I don't like you because you like jelly. We find the most ridiculous things, right, to be divisive on.
yep.
What does it matter how hip hop was originated? I'm from the Bronx. right? I've seen it all, right? What does that? That don't move the needle. Cut. What? I got cut off again. That don't move the needle. Am I still here?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. Does that really move the needle? All that means is just more divisiveness. We feed on divisiveness to disunify ourselves, and we can't get nothing done.
Yep.
I don't care who about genetic superiority. That's a fake argument.
Yep, I agree.
Organization
Hey, question, Reggie.
is the argument.
Can I ask a question, Reggie? Do you agree that in America right now, as a result of these different groups coming over, like you just said, we're not organized, right? Do you agree that not life is a competition, but whether we like it or not, data is structured in a way to where they compare and contrast certain groups and how they're progressing along, right? Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Now, my thing is that in a lot of these conversations, like you say, we delve into shit that don't matter, and it actually weakens us because when you talk about, political movements or moving the needle, you have to have diplomacy, like I said earlier.
Correct.
So I'm looking at all of this as shit that's setting us back. And again, I've said it all the time. I am afraid, bro, as a result of, society becoming complex, jobs becoming more demanding. Yo, we really are in danger of becoming a modern age, Stone Age people, bro. And
In
we can't.
museums, that they will see us in museums. That's why when I was showing you with the Boule, their model has so far won, has beat all the models. They are a collective organization. They have a way, they have a criteria that you have to be well educated, right? To be a Boule, right? Sigma Pi Phi. Not only that, you have to be able to have at least 1,000 people in your constituency that follow you, so to get the message out, so you're useful. Without social media, don't need social media. They could go to their businesses, their churches, their organizations, and say, this is the way we move it. Their magazines and stuff. They don't need social media, but social media helps, right? So when we want to measure, which we don't measure, we signal boost, but we don't measure, right? Measuring needs calculation. These other groups are coming and finding out that the only way that they can survive against the African Americans, other people that are here, if they organize. That is mandatory.
So I just want to give some points to support the position that I'm holding, because I do believe that it's important, and understanding genetic diversity is important for the world, right? And in order to understand humanity, you have to understand the African, especially genetically, right? Take
But
for
that don't
instance
move the
medicine.
needle today
Hold
in
on,
our
but why you keep
survival.
talking over? Why are you yelling at me and talking over me, Reggie? I don't understand. I just let you go. Why can't I speak? I don't understand why you yelling at me and talking over me.
I'm not
Do
yelling
you
at you.
mind?
I'm talking to the point. Make it relevant to today. Genetic superiority. How can that help us today?
So, like I said, it's important today for medicine wise, right? They trying to do designer medicine and stuff like that, and also cure disease and everything like that. But they try to use themselves as the model, the European. But they don't have all the potential dealing with themselves, so they have to look at us or the African, right? So that's one aspect of it. Also, to orient ourselves, right? You know what I'm saying? We need to just get the history in order, right? It's just not becoming a thing towards becoming accepted to where the rest of the world come from us. That's something to be proud about. That's something to talk about.
I
That's something to
think you messing that
orient our
up,
kids
bro.
around.
You messing that up,
I'm
bro.
not. I'm absolutely not messing that up,
I
and
think you
I'll give
messing
you a
that up a
chance.
little bit. But go ahead, my bad.
Go to what point? Can you make it short and sweet? Because we can talk about it. But I'm giving the examples why. What do you disagree with, Eddie?
I think the way you say it, like when you talk about medicine and shit like that, because again, the
Oh
superiority
my
thing
goodness.
confuses me. African Americans have a higher prevalence to get shit like prostate cancer, stroke, higher prevalence of stroke when we get older. But European populations have a higher chance of getting leukemia and shit like that. So like the superior thing, even when you talk about medicine and all that, they're just really coming out with better tools to distinguish what populations suffer or have a higher risk of suffering certain diseases as a result of evolution. It's not about superiority and them having a lesser
Okay,
genetic
so let me
database because they come from us. Nah, that's not how it is.
That's exactly how it works. Whenever you have somebody that has greater potential to fight disease, you can't use yourself to have less potential to have natural resistance to disease. You go to the person that has more genetic diversity, and that's how that works. So you don't have to accept that, but just look it up. It's one thing for you to dispute me and say, I don't think that's how it works, but then don't back it up with
No,
nothing. But
I'm
you can
saying
just
European
look at
populations.
genetics,
I can
and
flip
genetics
that
will
on
tell
you.
you that's how that works.
I can flip that on you and
You
say European populations have a better chance of not getting certain diseases than African Americans. So that's what I'm saying. This genetic superiority thing. And hold on, let me say
listen
this
to
one
what
thing.
I'm saying.
Let me say this one
Listen
thing.
to what I'm
Even when you
saying
talk
though.
about,
What you saying is true though,
genetics,
Fetty.
right? Go ahead.
What you saying is true, but I'm talking about you being narrow. I'm talking about the whole gambit. The whole gambit, right? Whenever you look at somebody with the most genetically diverse genes, you have greater potentiality in order to fight.
Elaborate more for me. I need to know exactly what
That's
you
what I'm
give me.
trying to
Genetic
do.
terms. Give me like
That's what I'm
structural
trying to
variants.
do.
Give me SNP
You just
because
not
I feel like you have
you
a
just not
rhetoric attached to the science to where like we're superior and they come from us, and it's like, nah, bro, like you can't look at it like that, bro, because like Reggie said, if
you
you
keep
have that
saying that,
talking
but you don't
point.
saying you're not saying why. Because in reality, that's exactly how it works. So you
Question.
can feel
So
how
when
you
you talk
feel,
about
but that's
superiority, right?
that's
But
how it
when you talk
works.
about superiority, doesn't cognitive abilities in the brain fall under that category of genetics, right? Can we admit to that?
Uh, did I did I
But look though,
already
I'm
concede?
saying you
Oh
had
my
based
goodness.
off your rhetoric, a racist white person or say Ashkenazi Jew. You know Ashkenazi Jews, like they're literally first in IQ, and there are papers coming out that says, due to Jews, right, due to their evolutionary path, Ashkenazi Jews, they have a higher rate of getting certain brain disorders, but those same brain disorders give them better neural connectivity than other groups. So that's why I'm saying if you're gonna play that genetic superiority game, a racist can cook you, bro, based off
I thought
genetic facts and
okay.
cherry picking. That's all I was saying.
Can I okay. So I thought we already went through this, and me and you agreed of to causation when you talk about socially why different groups are smarter than other groups, but the bell
Yeah, I
curve does
agree.
not
Yeah.
state. Hold on. The bell curve does not state in the book that that there's no biological cause, but it does look at
Mhm.
groups and then assess the data and say that. So you really
Okay.
defeating yourself because it don't even say that. You know what I'm
No, no,
saying?
no.
Like we already
All I'm
agreed.
doing is trying to give you a talking point of a racist. If you see what I'm,
But
if you
didn't
get
we
my,
already agree that we don't
we
know what
agree.
causes those things?
Look, we agree, bro. But I'm just giving you a warning to where if you was to talk to a group of people that has a contrasting racist view as yours, they're going to use those talking points if you use the "we are genetically superior" argument. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
giving
I
you.
don't care
People
about talking points.
complain
I care
when I
about facts.
yell.
But you're
People
gonna get
I
cooked
care
with
complain
that
about
when I
talking
facts.
point, bro.
yell and I
No,
interrupt.
Absolutely not, because you haven't cooked me yet.
I'm not
People
trying to
Yeah,
cook you,
but,
complain.
bro.
but
That's not
brother,
what I'm
People
trying to do.
complain,
the
but listen. Organization defeats all of those arguments. Not
I
all those
agree. I
arguments.
agree.
Organization defeats that. Talking about superiority, physical, don't move the needle. It doesn't move the needle. If you are all that, then you would organize,
Yeah, you need
right? You
results. You
would
would
you would
show it. Yeah.
find the reasons to organize against your opponents, right? It's adaptability, survival. We're not built for that at this moment. We are the smartest slaves in the world, right? We are the smartest slaves in the world because if you don't think that we are enslaved, then you're completely bananas. We are labor slaves, right? We don't have a nest egg. We have nothing. But with that, we still don't understand that we need to organize. And any group of people who organize, right, against people who do not organize, the organizers will win. Because we can't settle on agreement, even on a platform like this. I don't care how many push-ups you do or how you can survive the weather or how many diseases. You just make a better slave. And the European found that out. That's why he created the transatlantic slave trade. The Arab figured that out. That's why he created the trans-Saharan slave trade with us. Now, what are we going to figure out that we need
That's
to
a good point.
organize?
That's a good point.
You said what?
I said that's a good point that you're making. That's a good point. I agree with that.
So when are we going to organize? The Native Americans, look, man, they gave them benefits that they didn't give us, right? I'm saying that we need to take the time, and that's why you're my brothers. I don't disagree with you enough not to call you my brothers, and I don't really have a disagreement with you. I just have more experience. Dr. Clark and Malcolm X figured this out. Organization of Afro-American Unity, Garvey figured this out, right? Those people who had big movements to figure out that we have to be organized, right? And we have these what do you call it, these social boosters picking petty arguments to disorganize us. And we don't want to deal with that. I don't care what somebody's Caribbean mother and grandmother who don't know African American history want to say. Those are just people. They're not our enemy. Just because somebody's grandmother say that, our grandmothers might say something. But we're gonna social boost that instead of looking at the bigger picture, how we have to organize as a group of people and control our local governments. Right? Control our conduct. We can't even control our conduct. We got people here on this chat. They could be the most black loving people, but their children are out here doing banana stuff and can't control them. The other day, man, I was gonna beat to death. I was gonna literally beat to death some black man's and black woman's child, right? Because he pulled out a razor on me. And I had to walk away because I said, Reggie won't, even with the razor that he has, right? That's not enough to save him. I said, Reggie, walk away. Don't murder this kid. He's saying he's gonna kill me. He got a razor out, right? I said, Reggie, walk away, right? But there's another part of me says, but then the other part, because I have years of training, Reggie, just walk away. Don't kill these black parent's child, because he's 16 years old and he got a razor, right? And I know what I could do to him. I said, Reggie, walk away. There's something about us that we have to organize. So when I was doing a presentation on the Boule,
I know. Exactly.
You said what? When I was doing a presentation of the Boule, I was going to show you the Boule Journal. I'll do it on another show. But they are boasting that they're the most qualified because they have the most talented people, right? In business, with the European and without, but they are organized. We have a diversity of thoughts, but that don't move the needle. Thank you so much for your time listening to me. And trust me, I was trained by some of the best Black studies professors ever, right? In that small time that they were here. That's Dr. Clark and those people in the African Heritage Society and Heritage Studies, and those people in the Black Studies Council, right? All of them, right? I went to their meetings. I heard about their meetings. I heard some of the best Black minds critique Du Bois, critique Booker T. Washington, right? Because Booker T. Washington was critiqued too, right? Critique some of our Pan-Africanists. And so I have an idea of what those great thinkers said. I know Benjamin Wall's work. I know Lerone Bennett's work. I know Gerald Horn's work. I know even the great white scholars who did work on slavery. I know their work because I learned it in the classroom. We had to read 50 books per class, at least 50 books per class. Now I'm arguing with people who haven't read a book cover to cover. And they think that this, not you guys, but these other nuts they think that they have something to say. Then there's a certain amount, after organization, there's a certain amount of ego and ignorance that we got to get rid of. Right? If you think you got better talking points, right? You then analyze it based on history. You want to create a word called foundational Black Americans and act like there weren't other words that were powerful that moved our people, like Afro-American, like Black American, even when we were Negroes. We moved people, we fed families, we organized, right? We fought off resistance. And you want to come up with a new word and you want to hijack the millions of pages that was written. Something's wrong with us. I'm going to lunch. And y'all support that BS. We foundational Black Americans. That means you ain't read Benjamin Cole's work.
So you not foundational Black American, Reggie?
Oh no.
What are
and I'm from Newport News, Virginia, and North Carolina. Because I'm a Black American. I don't need the foundational.
So
Virginia.
Hey, Reggie, brother Reggie.
I'm a Virginia Negro.
Yeah, Richmond.
So you're not foundational Black American. You are a Virginia Negro.
A Virginia Negro.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, because you know what? They did more.
I'm with that.
We did more. Virginia Negroes did more, right? Than no damn foundational Black Americans. My Southampton brother, right, Nat Turner, who's my first cousin, Kevin, is a direct descendant because my uncle married Ruby Turner, right? And their child is Kevin, right? Kevin. And so my Newport News, Virginia, we fought off more white folks, right? We fought tooth and nail with them, right? In those plantations. I'm better than the foundational Black Americans. I don't need
This is tether talk.
Yeah, Reggie.
Hey, brother Reggie.
Can't be a tether because I'm not Caribbean. I am just
y'all New York niggas tethers.
Hey, brother Reggie. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Brother Reggie.
He hear you, boy.
Oh, okay. Hey, Melle Mel agree with you. He had a statement that came out 2 days ago, stating that the Bronx the hip hop is a Bronx idea. You know what I'm saying? And he said Fat Joe is his NIGGA. Yeah. He said if Fat Joe's allowed to say, he say no one on the internet should ever disrespect Fat Joe, because though when he was growing up he was using that word and brothers never questioned him about it. He say to the FBA, he say that he never heard of FBA. He said when he was growing up it was African American. So that's from Melle Mel, the first hip hop.
Some of that is true.
MC.
I mean, this dude, Fat Joe, Joey from Forest Projects, right? This is somebody I bumped into. I didn't speak to him personally, but I watched him grow up. He was a king, right? I watched him. He's 6-7 years younger, right? So that's in that generation what they call. They use the word niggas. And he will be right to say he didn't know no foundational Black Americans, because a lot of people from the Bronx is mixed. Let's keep it a buck. A lot of the people in the Bronx have mixed cultures. That's just New York and the Bronx. It's a diverse place.
Man,
they're not from Virginia.
It doesn't matter. So
it is different out there. It is different.
No. We keep giving these niggas a pass.
Nah, Chef, you may have a Hispanic person. They may have a Black uncle, bro.
No, but we're talking about Fat Joe. Fat Joe don't got none of that. The nigga put white on all his documents.
He's still a product. He's still a product of his environment.
Listen, I'm a product. I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood. I still can't disrespect those people. It doesn't make sense. Like, it does not make sense. Jews live right next to blacks in Baltimore. They don't walk around calling us nigga. We don't walk around calling them
Do y'all
kike.
intermix with them, no, Chef?
Yes,
did you hang out with
yes.
Jewish?
Listen,
Did you hang out with Jewish?
If I grew up next to him, we spend the night over each other's house. We ride bikes together.
Do y'all have do they intermix?
I'm telling
with one another.
Reproducing. No,
yeah,
no.
I'm talking.
So if you reproduce with them, hold on. So if you reproduce with them, then they can use racially disparaging words.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not.
All right, so we're talking about our communities being intertwined, and right. Mm-hmm. So in the Latin community, inside that, when they come outside, they join the larger population. That's what's going on in their community. I get that. When Jews come outside in Upper Park Heights, the neighborhood part, is black people around, they intertwine, right? But when they go in their house, they're still doing Jewish shit in their house. I guarantee you, when that Puerto Rican go in his house, his mother and them is speaking Spanish and making Spanish food. So we're trying to act like that just because you live in a diverse community, that there's no separation there. When that Jamaican goes in the house, them motherfuckers eating plantains and ackee and so. I agree with that. You think what I'm saying? So no, hold on, Reggie. So y'all acting like if we know how to use the word nigga and in the context to use it, you're telling me that a damn Latino just don't have the ability to know something then they shouldn't use it. That's all more reason why they shouldn't use it. Because even we know better when to use that fucking word. But y'all are making the excuse that somehow the Latino, by them growing up around us, they are...
Joey don't get a... Let me just tell you.
Y'all niggas crazy. I'm sick of this.
Wait, no. Joey,
I know you ain't saying that, buddy.
Wait. Joey don't live right now in the Bronx. Joey does know, walking around the streets of the Bronx, right, that he could get it. Because in our neighborhood, we don't, listen, you call people by what they want to be called. So you don't walk up to a group of people and say, yo, what's up, my niggas?
Right.
Unless you affectionately know them. You don't walk up to, you call them what they want. So Joey knows.
Thank you.
Joey knows that he would get heat from the Bronx.
He
knows that because you know what? There's always somebody who wants some fortune and fame, right? That want to be in the news, right? Mm-hmm. And get them. It's just like Alpo. Alpo, he had his claim to fame. He had his long run, but one day he went to a party. And he ain't have a fight in the party, nothing, but somebody just said, yo, Alpo is in this party, he going to his car. And Alpo was murdered. That's just how any of our neighborhoods give it up. So Joey knows that there's consequences. But
brother, Jeff,
he knows there's consequences. And so
Jeff, so my question is, if according to what Melle Mel said, if they didn't correct Fat Joe, though, when Fat Joe was growing up in the Bronx,
Forest Projects, Bronx.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Forest Projects, Bronx.
Yeah. So they didn't correct him for him not using that as a child, as an adolescent, mm-hmm. as adult, 21, 30. If they didn't correct him when he was there growing up, wouldn't give us the right to correct him when he's already used to using that word.
I'm talking to a 50-something-year-old man. Right? Now, for me to have to talk to a child, right? Now, Melle Mel is probably 60-something years old. So the fact that I'm having this conversation about a 60-something-year-old black man and a 50-something-year-old Puerto Rican man, this is...
Is this about the word nigga or is this about the origins of hip-hop?
No, the word nigga. Like, hold on, Reggie. Check this out. If a black person, right? If one of you came off talking about nigga this, nigga that, if it's certain black people who will say, hold up, bro, I don't use that type of language. Don't call me no nigga, blase. We'll respect that other black man if they say, because we know that the shit is derogatory. So y'all telling me that Fat Joe can go on any platform and just talk. Yo, you will get back. Yo, you will lose contracts. You will lose. Y'all saying that he don't get it. I don't understand that, yo. When y'all get it, y'all know y'all can't go in y'all job. You know,
Joe can't do it.
That's what I'm saying. Why are we defending it?
No, but wait. Let's forget what he wasn't on just any old platform. He was in a barbershop with some people that will call him his nigga.
Right. But I'm saying, like you said earlier, Psycho, this been going on pre-COVID when other platforms and people then question his use of nigga so loosely, and he doubled down on it. Listen, if I know that just because the people in my neighborhood allow me to call them dummy, right? Y'all didn't heard the Lord thing that people in Baltimore call each other dummy, right? Now, in this little niche community, you can walk around calling people dummies. I know outside of this niche community, I can't use that word. And if somebody say, don't call me that or don't call my people that, I'm going to accept what they are saying because I know that the word can be used derogatory. This motherfucker doubled down on it and said, fuck the rest of Black America. It mean, fuck how y'all feel. If I'm allowed to do it in my neighborhood, the rest of y'all just gonna have to accept that. That means that he has no respect for the larger Black community. It's a racial disrespect. And y'all act like y'all devoid of that.
But Sheffrin, trust me, right? He said it, and he has to take responsibility of it. And I know how my neighborhoods work, right?
He doubled down on it, though.
No, you could double down.
He's saying he didn't have to respect Black America. I don't care what you. At this point, listen.
Yo,
at this,
don't have a team.
No, but this is what I'm saying, though, Red. This is what I'm saying.
You don't have a team.
I mean, he do got a team. Listen. Melle Mel and them, listen, Melle Mel and them respect, they say he could do it. I'm saying that for me and for y'all also, because y'all sensible human beings, I guarantee you, if y'all played with Latinos and y'all was able to use derogatory words because that was accepted in y'all in y'all group, you wouldn't dare go in a Latino house and use those words around their parents and their uncles and those other people. And if one of them pulled your card, you would not double down on it. You wouldn't. You would say, yeah, that's wrong.
That's not what Fat Joe did, though.
Okay.
I'm saying on the older platforms, that's what he did do. He gave justification why he could use it.
Sheffrin,
around his people.
Yeah, Sheffrin. Okay, so this is the problem. This is a big problem. Okay, really, it's a nothing burger because it's gonna get handled, right? It's what it is it causes a lot of unnecessary emotion. You've been on your hood. Baltimore's very similar to New York, right? It gets quiet after a while, and people have to pay for their pay people what they said and what their bad deeds are quietly on a lonely block late at night, right?
Okay.
So it gets quiet after a while. This is nothing burger, right? This is something that the news is feeding us, and we getting all emotional about. Can we agree that it's a nothing burger?
Yeah, Fat Joe been saying nigga for 30 years.
Yeah, and listen, Macho Camacho, he started this. He started the big stuff in New York when he was fighting Sugar Ray, right? Black folks and Puerto Ricans was fighting in the street, right? Sometimes fighting in the street over Macho Camacho and Sugar Ray, right? And when Camacho called us niggas, right? That's just what it was, right? And we fought in the streets. I don't know if y'all was around when that was happening, but I was around. And I know the big break between my Puerto Rican brothers, right? And I'm from the Bronx. My Puerto Rican brothers, I went to Puerto Rico before I went to Africa with a Puerto Rican family, right? That took me to Puerto Rico. I saw Black Puerto Rico, African Puerto Rico, right? Afro Puerto Rico, right?
Caguas.
Played small towns, Cachete and Salina, right? I seen Black Puerto Ricans, right? Afro Puerto Ricans. But when I'm just trying to say, listen, Joey unfortunately, he's going to figure a way to fix it because he knows what's coming. He knows what's coming, especially when you double down, right? That means you can't apologize. He knows what's coming, right? So give him some time. People make mistakes. Sometimes people caught up in the emotions. He thought he could say it. Fine. But why don't we do something productive?
We are.
Why don't we?
Shutting his
around
ass
talking
up.
about watch. Everybody is running right.
We FBA.
Yeah. But everybody's running around talking about the founders of hip hop and the pioneers of hip hop. See, this is where I find this disrespectful. Mm-hmm. You have people like Charlie Rock, and you do have people who were the pioneers of Disco King Mario. You just using them because you ain't gonna raise no money for them. You ain't gonna help their families. All they are is a talking point to you. Y'all no, I'm not you're saying y'all, but I'm not saying this channel, so don't take it personally. These people running their mouths about they never went to Bronxdale. Bronxdale was 2 projects away from me. What are you talking about? Right? Like Bronx River, of course. I took Sinetta to Bronx River. He ain't never been to Bronx River. He didn't know how to get to Bronx River. I took him to Bronx River.
Yeah, right.
So everybody know that, right? Right? I know my projects. Castle Hill. You can see my video on my neighborhood, right? All of these people running their mouths, they're not gonna raise. The buck stops. They're not gonna raise no money for the pioneers of hip hop. They don't care if they're good or bad. It's just a damn talking point. See, that's where we are, right? We don't know how to organize. We don't know how to do the right thing. Everything is just a conversation. Hey, thanks for letting me talk so much. I appreciate that. I'm going to leave it up to y'all. But I'm just saying organization is the key. All these nothing burger talks don't mean nothing.
Nothing. Tell them. All right, fellas, I appreciate y'all chilling with me this morning. We went for hours. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you, Psycho. When you going live again, Psycho?
Tomorrow. I gotta hurry. I gotta go live before my game start though. My game's tomorrow night. So, yeah.
What's the topic?
I'm not sure. I'm juggling. I might talk about this. Y'all got
good. Get you hype. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm talking about. All right, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, no doubt. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Jay. All right. Yeah, y'all definitely got to go check out my man Psycho show. I'm gonna put his link in the chat. He definitely got a hell of a show going on over there. Hold on, I gotta switch the screen. Man, we done went since 10 o'clock. My bad. Tuck, what up? Man, we done went since goddamn 10 o'clock, man. We tripping. I'm on my way to the shop. I'll be in there to about 11 o'clock tonight. You heard me. So my last point, right, on this is that Melle Mel is wild. Anytime we bring up Melle Mel, we're talking about a 60-something-year-old black man. With Fat Joe, we talking about a 56-year-old black man or something, right? Who don't know how to have public discourse without using derogatory terms. Having an issue with somebody correcting them at 55 and 65 years old about the proper way to converse without using derogatory terms. It gets even more sickening when people are defending it, right? Anytime you see somebody defending ignorance, it is a problem. So anybody defending using the word nigger, it is a problem. Anybody defending selling drugs, it is a problem. Anybody defending anything negative, I'm going to tell y'all on this show, it is a problem. Why? Because I made it to 45 years old. And if I'm still acting like a 16-year-old at 45 years old, then that means I made no progress. Do y'all get that? Do y'all get that? Y'all are hearing grown men in their 40s, 50s, and 60s have issues with not recognizing that the N-word is a bad word. I done had people try to tell me that we changed the word and we flipped it in so anybody can use it now. Y'all sound crazy. Y'all sound crazy. Same way. You dig what I'm saying? I'm showing y'all over and over that race is not biological. That the scientific community does not see a biological component to the concept of race. It is not a biological reality, even though we use it. And y'all come on here and y'all fight over it. When y'all can read the literature yourselves, y'all will say, well, this person said it is. Well, this scientist said it is. Well, this person over here said it is. That's not what the body of information says it is. That's not what the evidence mets out. All right? That's not what the data mets out. The data mets out that humanity, that there is only one race, the human race. And there are genetic variation within the human race. And it is on a scale called Clines. So the diversity that y'all see in the human race is not race, it is Clines. It is the variation, right, of the race of humans on a clinal scale. That's what it is. Don't call it race. You call it race, you're pseudo. If y'all find me a scientist calling it race, we're going to call him pseudo. And that's real talk coming from the Carnivorous Podcast. And I love y'all much. Hold on. All human beings have quick twitch muscles. You sound crazy, Tuck. Hold on, what y'all got going on here? I got to go. I'm in here. Talk real talk. Menendez been with me all morning. What's up with you, bro? I ain't shot you out. Babylon Dawn in the building. Mongo, what's up? Tuck got here late. Hits, what's up? Timmy Turner in the building. Okay. Geechee Dan Buford. Listen, man, if y'all not subscribed to the podcast, please subscribe to the podcast. What's going on, Pan-African James? Man, hey, Pan-African James, you know me and you disagree, but grown talk gotta be grown talk. You dig what I'm saying? Grown talk gotta be grown talk. You know what I mean? They up here giving goddamn Fat Joe a pass. The guy doubled down on it, talking about he's going to use the word irregardless, and he don't care what nobody say. And y'all don't realize that he's saying, fuck black people. He don't have to respect black people. How don't y'all get that? That is so clear. But y'all would want to laugh and giggle with that motherfucker. I'm going to try to give her another analogy before I get out of here. Any analogy I use, y'all gonna try to twist it. So I'm gonna leave it there. I think y'all get what I'm saying. We don't have to beat a dead horse. You feel me? We don't have to beat a dead horse. That's right. Don't forget to like the goddamn show and subscribe. Subscribe if y'all really want to be down. You dig? If y'all really want to be down, if y'all really my homies, right? If y'all really the homies, do what y'all gotta do. Yep. All right, y'all, we out. Peace. I gotta go to work.